Welcome to a very rare bonus stream. I said I wouldn't do this as a regular thing, but I think this is the third time already that we've done it for Tears of the Kingdom as we enter session number 33, a month into the launch of the game. And we came here to the snowboard hut at the end of the previous session. We're going to continue right there as long as we see what shield this is. We don't have room for it. So we're going to break a super expensive shield on a shield surf instead, I'm sure, if there is any kind of race or other side activity. On the other hand, build up momentum, etc. Yeah. But if there isn't a particular race time, I thought I was the legendary shield surfer. But there is the shield surf hut that is there, and where we previously set some records in the previous game. And so I guess we'll probably meet them again over there, having unlocked them from this house. Alright, let's go. So, at the end of the previous stream, we cleared a couple of caves in this region, and then went over here. The original intention was to start visiting some stables and filling in some ferries, but we also have the possibility of going down this way to hit the geoglyphs that we've observed. In the world there are, I believe, 2 more down this way. Now that we've seen these 2 up here, and then that would take our geoglyph count to what we've found so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 12 in total. We know one that we were missing up here, around this area. And I think the one that we marked up here is just the one that we had already observed. So we can probably take that one away, this step here. I think so, anyhow. And so after that we're missing one, and it was on the map somewhere. Yeah, because there was one on the cliffside wall over here. I have to read my own map somehow. Ah, yes, there's one that is... No, that's just the ascension point at the waterfall. We don't actually need to mark this anymore. We know about this one. This is just a waterfall. That's the thing about using multiple symbols to mean the same thing after a while. That becomes a problem. Likewise, over here, we know that this took you up to the mini-boss, because we previously had a couple of balloon flights off that island. However, the Lover's Pond here is a source of fairies, and so we'll mark that accordingly. Or was that the cherry tree? No, this was the cherry tree. No, wait a minute. One of them was the cherry tree. This area to the west, yeah, that is the observation point. You see, this is what happens when you use a very confusing system for things that reuses way too many indications and way too many symbols. We do have to clean this up at some point. But anyway, the point of this is that I have one additional geoglyph unaccounted for that I was sure I had marked on my map, but we'll take a look at that later. Let's try to clear the ones on this side first. And maneuver over the snow and possibly even make it back to this location here, which is where the Yiga clan has their costume exclusive hideout. So in that case, I think we should move towards the south and clear some shrines. Or just go for a ride. Let's go for a ride. Okay. On the other hand, given that we have the other fairy fountain that is attached to... which stable was that? This one? No. Another one that's way over here, I think. Wetland was over here. We have to make sense of this map somehow. It wasn't Riverside, it was... See, now I don't even remember. There's New Surrend Stables down here. Yeah, this was a ferry cluster over here. Ah, yes, it's down here, this one. Outskirts Stable. Given that we want to swing down that way to unlock the ferries anyway, I think actually the sensible thing is to ride back here first to Woodland Stable to get the ferries running. And because that has been a bit of a hold-up for me. Also, we can remove this now since we've been to the Bright Camp Cave. And yeah, we can fight some constructs on the way and cover some of the content we missed. Okay, let's go east first then. We'll swing back here eventually. And by eventually, it might be several days from now, for all we know, but... Yeah, ferries first. We've been putting it off for ages now. Also, what bow am I holding? Sonic bow. Okay, let's get moving. Oh, both of these are big guys. Let's get some lightning here before they start whacking me with flame weapons all over the place. Oops. Oh, don't walk my horse. Stay away from my horse. Of course. Flux Core Pounder, let's just use it. We need to replenish some health, I think. We're playing a bit risky here. Especially because I think I have expended my bank of fairies at this point. After the Gleok fight. Much earlier. I believe that is the case. It's a bit difficult. Oh no, we've got one fairy remaining, but let's try not to use it. And let's clear out some of the items from my inventory that are less critical, like this icy prime meat. And perhaps even some of this cold resistance food that... Do we have the cold attack one? Anyway, no, we can clear some things out. Just to get some hearts up and running again. Cook so many of those things precautionarily, I wanted to not really use them. Oh, actually wearing a melee weapon might be useful here. This 59 damage spear is a good start. Let's not knock him out over a cliff because we do want to loot him eventually. Okay, that works too. Nice large charge off of some of these guys. And we'll take this one out too. The whole point here is to have some more charges. Oops. Whoa, okay. Bad idea. Oh, not enough of a jump. Come on, give me a jump. Okay, you can do that too. Horse got a little bit spooked there, but how do horses communicate? They usually neigh. At least I thought so. Horse code? Yeah. Well, you see, only if they are spotted horses. Because that way they can communicate in dots and dashes. This bow is almost done, so let's trade it out. And I guess they communicate in trots and dashes, in fact. Trots and dashes. That's horse code. This is the kind of content you get if I run a stream at these hours. Anyway. So yeah, welcome Supernova, incidentally. Hope you've been doing well. that you've seen many interesting playthroughs of the cylindrical GDQ level lately, I hope. I know that a lot of streamers started picking up the levels last week. Okay, we didn't really previously explore this village because we just kind of sped through it on a horse, so let's actually break some crates, loot some arrows, take our time with it. Just in case there's anything to uncover that we had previously overlooked. This guy, not looking suspicious at all. And here's a treasure chest, hopefully something I have room for. Not something we have room for. Oh, actually maybe it is, because we broke the founder, didn't we? A 5-minute club over here. I might actually trade that out. Let's take a look at the base of that club. Mighty Zonite Sword. Yeah, that's going to be better anyway, in fact. We'll keep it. Because even if we trade it out for another weapon attachment, the base weapon is going to be superior, so... Two-handers have an amazing knockback effect to them, but... And of course they're good as mining weapons, but I find them a little slow and cumbersome sometimes for my fighting style, so... We don't tend to loot the longswords so much. It's not a chest, though. Hopefully, once again, something I have room for. Kite shield? Nope. No room. And there's a whole area over here that we haven't actually looked at. Pretty close to where we were scanning the geoglyph on the wall, but we'll see if there is anything additional in this neck of the woods. You'll see a flag up there. I know there were previously some enemy bases that I didn't actually take down, despite scouting them in advance, so we'll keep an eye out for things like that. This looks like another... Oh, there's a Korok point on top of that hill. Let's take a look at that. Also, this structure here may be worth a look. Although maybe it was just where the questline was taking me earlier. And yeah, James D, just doing an additional bonus stream, since we were able to find some time today. Like I've been saying, I've been streaming this game on a whenever possible basis, and usually at this hour it is not possible, but when it is, we've been prioritizing Zelda over most other things. Better to be on early than to be on fire, Supernova says. Well, why not both? What bow am I using? 24 Mighty Construct. Did I even say what my current scorecard is at the beginning of the stream? I think I might have not actually said so like I usually do, but we started the day with 220 Koroks and 78 shrines. I usually try to give myself a little progress report at the beginning of each stream just to have it available for future reference when we do revisit some of this for clips and notes. Like I said, I played Breath of the Wild years before I had a capture card, and so I took extensive notes written to basically log my route through the game. It was also before the hero's path patched in. So Hero's Path was in the first game the feature that was patched in late that would show you an animation of your route through the map. The problem with it was that it only covered the past 200 hours. And Breath of the Wild, along with this game, is the kind of game where it is not enough to tell the player what they did over the past 200 hours. But it was fun to see in my master mode file, which I also played with no fast travel, because the thing is, the thing that really makes Hero's Path shine as a feature is watching a route without warps. Now, we left our horse down below. Yeah, sure, we'll just smoke this guy. I'm still not clear that I can ever loot the tails if I smoked them. I know that in the previous game, doing the instant kill just deleted all of the loot as well. I think it might still be the case that in order to loot the tails, I can't just blow them up like that. But I'm not sure, because the tails are such a rare drop to begin with, and indeed one of the big roadblocks to some of the gear upgrades in the previous game. I remember being in a desert for quite a while trying to get the electric tails. And also spending a while realizing that you do have to kill them the long way. At least back in Breath of the Wild. This game is more forgiving, I think, about not just wiping out all the loot that is available. This looks like something that I have to ascend through from the bottom. There is a staircase or something there, as well as a treasure chest. We should be looking for some kind of cave entrance or some other way in. There is water. Oh, yeah, no, I remember this from the previous game. That in Breath of the Wild, there was a shrine here that required you to follow the course of the water with some logs that you would ride over the icy water. One of the few instances in the game where late in the game you would still be working with things like logs from trees as part of the central interaction. And so what we do is we'll try to... I mean, we could have gone against the current if we had the materials to build a boat. But we will try to follow the water in by riding on some kind of raft or other watercraft. And we might have to chop down some trees to do it, which means I'll need a chopping weapon, which I don't have. I guess we do have the Zonite sword. Yeah, but basically we want to make a log raft or something. And if I had a stone in this area, I could attach it to one of my unused swords and do it that way. And we might as well to take out this encampment first anyhow. So there's Alphas over there. Yeah, we can just nuke these guys and get them out of the way. I don't know if it's particularly a good resource trade. I see some balloons over here as well. But we will be hopefully chopping down a few trees to follow it down water and into the cavern. So yeah, this, like I said, was a Breath of the Wild shrine puzzle. Now it's something a little bit different. That it looks like it's the way into that treasure chest, whatever it is. And these guys over here will nuke them with something. Oh. Whoops. Let's actually maybe have some food. Nope, hang on. Should actually use my bow with that at such long range. There we go. And did we break a weapon already? Okay, I see. Well, the Lizzle Boomerang would be a good base weapon for... How did I break that many weapons already? Huh. Did I chuck something by mistake? Or did I break that spear? I think I broke that spear, yeah. I actually don't even remember at this point. Because I've been trying to check so many things, and, you know, occasionally we drop weapons from being disabled, and... Can't keep track of anything I'm doing here. Yeah, because occasionally when I try to throw objects, I accidentally throw my weapon, and given how valuable the weapons are, maybe that's not ideal. We had a balloon over there. But anyway, if we can find a stone to attach to this, then we can do some quick chopping. If not, we'll just use this as a chopping weapon anyway. Let's see what's over there. More wood. Excellent. I mean, I doubt you can just use... Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a drop that you can turn into an axe-style weapon. Maybe if you use one of the teeth or something to improvise something that would be a chopping weapon rather than a bludgeoning one. There might be a piece of enemy loot that does that for you. Whereas the stones kind of give you an instant chop. We can try it with a shield, actually. I wonder if that would work. Let's try it. We'll make a raft. Not the most efficient, but that's okay. I don't particularly care about this weapon, so... And we don't even necessarily need to steer the raft, we just need to make a nice fat one we can sit on. Everything's a different length. Not the most elegant here, but this seems like it might potentially be too thick to chop cleanly. Let's actually check it, in fact, because it's so prominent. Also, I think I see a Korok who wants his friend in the distance. Okay, nothing here. But, yeah, it needs to find his friend. We might be doing the river raft for that anyway, so we'll continue building this. Oh. Yeah, it looks like the shield attachment probably was counterproductive anyway, so... Well... Okay, surely this I can sit on without worrying too much about it bumping into things. Well, we shall see. I'll just take this with me for the time being. Also, was this a stone? Oh, it is. Hang on. Stone. Okay, so we could have used this for chopping all along. But anyway, now we have a tree cutter. And we'll just take it with us over to Korok in case we have issues with despawn range, but I think it's possible that Korok might actually want to go up in a balloon or something, and so we'll account for that possibility. Supernova, sorry, I missed your message a few minutes ago. What is a forced love interest? Logarithms? I don't know. Yeah, that's definitely a ballooning challenge. Anyway, I'm going to tag him for a moment because I want to do the river raft first, and we'll come back here. Let's just tag the position. This is definitely going to be a balloon ride, so we might have to expend something for it. Alternatively, we just build a massive log tower or something and drag him up that way. So anyway, we're going to find a better place to load this, I hope. I'm going to move this down here. Hang on. Let's hold on to this up here for a moment until we find a better elevation, because I'm going to use recall to jump on top of this thing. And then we'll ride the rapids this way. That might still be too much of a drop, actually. Let's bring it back up. Yeah, indeed, I would need to pull it back first and then load it. That's too much of a drop. I'd prefer to find a different location for it. Also, we see a couple of different parts available over there too. Let's just see what an appropriate location for this would be, so we don't run into too many issues with dropping in. Or we just load it now and we just jump on top of it. Let's just do it that way. Freeze our buns off over here. Then we ride it down. And then, oh, Korok point. Nope, missed it. Okay, that's fine. We'll just have to do the ride again. And that is a Korok location. And here we are. Let's... Also, we have some logs available to get out of here afterwards. But we'll take this with us anyway. Rock puzzle over here, and it's probably an extension point above this, but we'll see that in a moment. To get up to the other treasure chest, although not quite clear to me yet. Okay, this looks like it's supposed to plug into a different one. Like you unplug it, and then you have to plug it into a different key. Or possibly just plug it into the other side and turn it into something symmetrical. And fix it that way. Yeah, there we go. A Force love interest, Supernova says, is Jenny, of course. I'm trying to see if I get that. I may be missing something very, very obvious. Oh, we're slightly off. So we'll cancel out and go a little bit to the left. Over here. And we'll go back and we'll try to get the other Korok point. There we go. Now, could this possibly be anything good? Mighty Construct Bow that we still don't have room for, but it does have durability up, which means... Yeah, I do want to keep the Lionel bow just in case we need some kind of big shot on short notice. We'll trade bows. And we'll see what this is about. You know what? We might actually leave it. I mean, it's strictly better than the boomerang weapon. Actually, no, it's better than the boomerang weapon. We can attach another stone to it if we need more tree chopping. Or eventually put some construct horns or something for some extra punch. Whoops. Whoops. Come on. Should have just used a previous weapon to slash this open. But no, we'll do things a slow way. Ah, okay, so this is filled in. That's why you had to ascend into here to begin with. Anyway, let's go upriver again and try to hit that Korok nut that we saw. Not sure necessarily that I even need to ride a raft to see that, but we'll make a fair attempt at it. Because, yeah, if you're just in a location like this... That's where our log raft was left. I should be able to see and aim for the nut from over here. Yeah, we can, in fact. To be able to get a nice clear shot. Now that we're not moving. And now let's get up to the other Korok and see if we can work out the balloon. Or we could even take him up the long way, but who wants to do that? Do need to cross over here. Yeah, so you can in fact escort him up manually. If you don't want to do ballooning. But ballooning will probably be more fun. As long as we can ourselves get out of the balloon, which is not always clearly the case. Now let's see if we do have the flame emitter here, though. That's an important part of this equation. And, oh, there's a rocket, too. Rocket plus balloon, maybe. And just chuck him out of there. Anyway. Let's build. Also, here's a stone for chopping. Let's merge into this just for the time being. And, oh, that's a rock, not a stone. This is a stone. In case we need some tree chopping. We will create a platform, hopefully a bigger platform. There we go. And try not to set this on fire. Hopefully not massively overshoot too, because we wouldn't want to do that. Double rocket over here, although it's kind of tempting to just put rockets in my shield so we can do the shield jump that we found out about in the previous stream. Okay, we want to launch at a point that allows me to jump off safely. This will probably be fine, but rocket's on a bit of a tilt right now on that slope. So, might not be the best. Regardless, we find ourselves way up in a balloon, we'll dump them off. Oh, also, the smoke signal is on that side, so maybe we should move closer to that. No, balloon's aiming this way. Okay, let's... I feel like we could balance this better. Like go corner to corner or something on it. Just have it sit in such a way that I will actually be upright, although, of course, the balloon basket will do a lot too. Fix that. Hang on. Let's try to flatten this out somewhere. It's not on some kind of crazy tilt. Feels like it's a bit far from the wall. I do want it nice and close, but not bumping into an overhang. So maybe where the slope is gentlest, up here. Also, I put it here, so they're going to set the platform on fire. Let's take a look. I mean, I could also move that. Now, we want it reasonably close to the wall, but not on a tilt. Actually, this is probably the best place for it. Let's just move this. So we go straight up. Worst case, we dump the Korok with us. Yeah, because the balloon's going to suspend us for a while. Hopefully long enough that I can just dump this guy and power off. And drop with the balloon from that point. Yeah, this is going to be a little unbalanced, I think, if you put him over here. But yeah, no, we'll take it. Let's see what happens. Let's just whack it. Oh yeah, it's going to set him on fire. Hey, can I grab him, please? Well, luckily we had a ferret. Yeah, no, I remember that the rocket did that, in fact. We'll just do the balloon by itself. And hopefully not take tons of fall damage with my other fairy. I remember that from an interaction that we had a while ago. And yeah, Tactics 47, a very rare daytime stream for me. We found a time to do it today, though, so... Usually can't. Very rare that I can. Okay. Alright, let's do a gentle balloon ascent this time and hopefully get enough lift. Instead of setting everything on fire. And we can grab this guy and toss him. That would be ideal. Okay, there we go. That is my last fairy, though, so... I have to be a bit cautious from this point. And there's another encampment over there. Somebody fighting? Yeah, let's... provide assistance. Like a good citizen. Oops. That shield seems omnidirectional. I guess we'll just whack him. There we go. You are very much alive. Great Bandit Misko's legendary treasure. Well, we'll look for the cave. Because we are distractible that way. Also, I should keep in mind where the dragon is. Let's take a look over here. Yeah, we've got all this. Where's the dragon? Or the colossal fossil, there it is. Okay, so it's still further to the northwest. We can do it. I do remember that it was in a cave in the snow somewhere over there, and we're in the region anyway, so... We are, of course, way off course of our original plan, but that's what happens. And we'll see if we can find a Misko cave here without cherry tree assistance, but... Yeah, I'm not going to wait for the ice to thaw. We haven't really gotten anything that valuable out of points like that, so... Unless we have a pretty clear idea that we're going to get something good out of melting the ice. We generally won't bother. Yeah, this was the quest area earlier, to go up that way. Whoops, let's not drop down to the abyss. Actually, if we're going back there for the main quest at some point anyway, maybe it's better to leave the Colossal Fossil quest for later, but let's see. Like over there. Yeah, for when we have more materials to fly around this area, because it is going to be quite a bit further in. So I think we should keep our eyes peeled for that cave, but at the same time, start to work our way back. Just so we can get back on course to what we had intended to do. Anyway, pretty good vantage from up here, but we don't see anything too promising. I don't know if that's a cave entrance. No, that's just snow. Anyway, we are so far out of the way, let's just head further back. So yeah, this looks like it's the head of the river, or at least head of the waterfall. Let's just inspect this carefully to see if we can... Oh, you know what? Let's get this guy. Maybe attach another big weapon. It doesn't need to be something really serious. Let's just see our materials for construct parts and the like. Since we have swords to spare. Construct 3, Construct 4. Yeah, we'll save the Construct 4s for later. Captain 4. Let's just go Construct 3. Just have something mid-range. And we'll fuse this sword into that. Yeah, 38 damage sword. That's going to be reasonable. We'll probably use that as our weapon here, since we want to save the Talus hammers for mining. Yeah, I didn't realize it broke in that spear so quickly. That's okay. Let's shock him initially. Wait for some shock and awe. These guys will go down pretty quickly. Won't really even be able to loot the royal weapons, but yeah, we've got construct bows that are going to be good for... Well, let's see, because at this point, if this is high damage, we might actually drop the Lionel bow. Do we want high durability? Let's see. 38. Slight benefit to that. Yeah, let's just stay high damage with this stuff, and then, because mostly I want to save these bows for lightning conditions. We'll just loot his toenails, because that's just what we do with toenails. Looks like there is an additional cavern entrance over here. We would, of course, need to face our way over. But I think we can do that. Indeed, it's not too difficult to get in here as long as we don't get too cold. Trading durability for salt. And of course, the slipperiness of the ice and our inability to climb it is going to be one of the limiting factors here, but we'll get into a position where I can actually deal with the bats. Under that, I would just go up this way. Yeah, climbing here is going to be tricky. And the water looks icy. We should, in fact, heal up just a little bit. Because icy water does take you down in no time. Here's a climbable location, though. And, oh, that is the Misco treasure. We would have to get over there and climb it. But let's check this side first. In case the bubble gem is on this side. As it is. Okay, we'll see if we can get over there safely. Right now, these guys are a bit of a problem too. I probably should have spent an eyeball or something on that just to reduce complication. But would be interesting to make like an ice platform bridge here. In fact. Or perhaps, do we have access to Tulin here? I don't think we do. We can do recalls to get over one platform at a time. It's going to be slippery. We really do need to take these guys out first. If I can. Let's just use eyeballs on it. Don't want to deal with it. Are we using a super expensive royal bow too? Yeah, I guess we are. Not expensive, but, you know, valuable. Let's rewind for a second. We'll go over this way. We'll do something similar once we figure out what we can grab. Yeah, I guess the Key's eyeballs washed away as well since we shot them over water, but that is alright. Got lots of ice to work with here. We'll just jump down and continue. Come on, let me out. Let me out. Let me out. No, I'm trapped underneath. Wow, that took a lot of damage. Let's not do that. We've got no fairies remaining. We do have to be a bit careful here. Not a full replenishment, it might actually be a good idea at this point. No, we can eat some more of this cold resistance stuff that we're no longer using. Massively overcook this. Put some eyeballs in this. And then we will try to make our way up that platform. In fact, if I could grab some ice, that would be ideal. Because we can just lift ourselves over to that cliff. Like this. And have a point that we can latch onto. Yeah, any user, this is a very rare daytime stream. It's the third time we've done it for this game. I did have to move my schedule a bit to make room for it. That's the kind of thing we do. Under desperate circumstances. Anyway, made it. Let's see what this is. And we'll probably ascend out of here so we don't need to deal with the ice on the way out. Frostbite trousers. Generally, though, in the cold, I think I would prefer to use snow boots for the movement. But at least we have completed more of that set. Anyway, we are out. We are on this side. And Tolanto Peak Cave. That's not marked as completed yet. That was where the Korok was. Well, there's no check mark on that yet, so we actually did miss something there. Let's see here. There's Headspring Cave. Prospero Pass Cave. Shrine was over here. Yeah, I think we just missed it. Let's see what we can do. And we'll toast this guy if we can. You're back. Not for long. We'll go for that other cave entrance in case we did in fact miss something that would qualify us for a checkmark. I suspect that the checkmark is for the bubble gems for each cave. But I wonder how that's done for the wells, because not all wells have something like that, and not all wells will get checkmarks for completion. It might also be, you know, something like a critical treasure chest, but I don't really know what the checkmark system on the map represents yet. We'll likely have to go back to that cave location in order to find out, so. But I did discover an entrance, apparently, that I didn't fully take advantage of, so. We'll see about that. A little ways to the left, to the west. I don't know if it's all the way over. Let's see if there's a good way across. While maintaining elevation. And, oh, again, every time you get within the zone boundary, you're going to run into this little notification that Tulin is available, at least until such time as we decide to resume the main quest. Which, like I said, we won't do until we have more vehicle parts ready. Simply because I am absolutely broke. Okay, this is not a breakable rock, I don't think. And even if it were, it would probably just give me an updraft. Oh, choose. Yeah, of course. We'll take them. Tactics 47 giving us a lurk and work. Yeah, do enjoy. Yeah, so the game launched a month ago. At this point, for the first time in the stream's history, we have been streaming for a month straight. Something every day. So this is a little bit of a trial run, too, for whether a heavier schedule is going to be sustainable in the longer term. Of course, after Zelda, that would mean bringing in a lot more other content again. I probably won't sustain a daily pace, but, you know, we'll kind of get back to a higher frequency than what we had been running. Ah, yes, this is cave system as part of the quest path. That's why we knew about the cave and apparently didn't complete it. This is the quest-related one. Did we seriously not complete this one? Oh, yes, because we came in here and gave him the materials he wanted without actually playing through this. I remember this now. Oh, I thought we had finished this, but I guess we must have missed whatever qualifies for a checkmark. So, that's okay. But no. Please. Again, let's try not to die immediately to icy water, which chips away at your health very, very quickly. Hang on, come back. Well, let's not dip this. We'll go straight on down. And pull back. Whoop. Whoop. Again, straight on down. And then pull back. This is also going to give me a bit of a dip. Ah, yes, there's an upper level here that we hadn't previously observed. That must be what it is. So if I'm correct, it will give me the bubble frog and a check mark accordingly. So glad we noticed that before we ran off too quickly. And at this point, we have to check mark, so that's what it is. So again, I wonder what that system does with the cases where you have the bubble frogs and wells instead, but I guess it at least marks whether a cave has been searched. Oh, we should have ascended out of that, actually. And we'll see where this takes us. Yeah, at the rate we're going, we'll just never wind up with those gear upgrades. How close are we to the fossil? Pretty close. Close enough that it may be worthwhile to do it. Despite what I said earlier. Since earlier I was just thinking, oh, it's on the other side of the chasm. Canyon, rather. Really want to deal with it right now, and then... Now, did I look at it yet? Yes, we do. I believe this skull marker was another Roskleog, if I recall, although I might be wrong about that. These guys will die instantly to fire, but I don't really need to loot them for the wands, right now at least. We know where the Colossal Fossil was in the previous game, but, you know, obviously snow might have moved in the year since. We'll just continue going this way and look for it. Yeah, it'll be kind of towards the northwest. So... This was the old snowboard course, so far as I recall. So we probably have to head on down and across anyway. After leaving our horse in the cold far behind. Run off on this latest adventure. Nope, that's fine. In a decent position here, at least. We're not going to go snowboarding just yet, though. On soft surfaces like snow and sand, if I recall from the previous game, that doesn't eat away at your durability if you're shield surfing. No, but we don't really want to head down yet. So... we'll maintain elevation until we have a reason not to. Yeah, but again, previously, the great skeleton in this region was buried in a cave. And some things do change. The location of the one to the southwest certainly was altered. But because we know about unlocking that one, that's why we're trying to do this one first, because later on if we head back down to the desert, we want the quest NPC to be available there. Now, I marked this with a skull. Is it because I saw a Frosgleok, or did I see something else? Or a Lionel or something. Might have been a Lionel. Haven't seen too many of those, but... Luca, welcome. With the eyes of the Illuminati, apparently. Hope you've enjoyed seeing all the playthroughs of your GDQ level lately. If you've been managing to catch very many of those. Okay, here's another suspicious looking structure that has fallen in from above. Now, what is this? Okay, just this is Alphos. We must be pretty close to this stage. No, actually, it's way off in the corner. Yeah, I remember it's actually pretty close to the edge of the map. And that ice location is prominent enough that maybe we'll melt it. But anyway, we're going to head towards the top corner and see what this is all about. Ah, yes, it totally is a Frosgleok. That's why I marked this area. We took one down last stream. And we're a little light on bows right now to take down another one. And we also don't have fairies to brace the fall damage in the final phase right now, so I think I'm going to stay away from it for the moment. You just got to unlock the sword trials in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I actually didn't get to the sword trials in my master mode file. And I hear that's the biggest roadblock in master mode. Yahaha. So it is worthwhile to melt the ice from time to time, as long as it's in a rather obvious location. Yeah, because I understand that there are definitely some resource constraint issues that significantly upped the difficulty, simply because everything takes so much more punishment, right? And oh, Korok over there. Let's get him since we see him. Although, it might be a big shield surf down or something. We'll have to lose a lot of elevation to do it. Got an encampment over here. I don't really want to deal with these guys, but silver Boko's a pretty good loot, so who knows. Seems to be a pro Eventide Island, yep. Is this your first time seeing the sword trials in any mode? Or just your first time in master mode? Because I did do it in my standard file. I did complete all the DLC in my standard file back in 2017. But yeah, it's, for reasons that I think are obvious to you now, much, much harder in master mode, from what I've heard. Simply because resources are so tight. You can't just chip away at everything with bombs. It is one of my favorite things about the game, though. And without spoiling anything for this game, in Tears of the Kingdom, the developers definitely understood that Eventide Island and the sword trials in the first game were some of the best content. That really allowed you to express the totality of the combat systems. Anyway, we can send him down to slow way just by rolling him, probably. It looks like there might be a sled over there, so let's see if that's a sled or just a block. Might just be a block. I think it's just a block. Alright, let's just kick him down then. If we had a sled here, this would be simpler. Usually having a Korok in this kind of obvious location tells me that there's something we can do with it. But, oh no, we'll roll him. Roll, roll, roll. Just need a bit of momentum here. And we'll follow him down. This is the old snowboard course. Yeah, if we just continue and keep pace and pick him up if there are issues, this will be the most efficient way to do it. Come on. Go. Keep going. He's on a roll. It's a role-playing game. And of course, having the snow boots here helps considerably. Otherwise, I think I would have to follow the shield surf. Just given the speed limitation. Also, he's not even going to make it down. That's fine. Let's just drop you. No, I guess not. Take you further down the slope. That's okay, we're pretty close at this point. Can't just, you know, use stasis and whack him or something. I think he's quite finished with rolling. That's okay. We'll take him over. Anyway, here you are. You reached your friend. Here's some more for the bag and a treasure chest. We should check for these chests a little more often when we do the correct deliveries. We've encountered a few of these, but I usually forget to really look at the area properly. And we're way off on the map. That's okay, because it means we've actually just barely passed the expected location of the fossil, which again is going to be subterranean. I don't remember Breath of the Wild. I'll have to remember how low or high it is, but we'll come around here and do a search. Can't quite stand here well enough to ascend. That's okay. We're getting a little better at estimating when it's safe to just burn all my stamina. Alright, we're pretty high up at this stage. Yeah, far less Korok density on the field in this game from what I can tell. I might just be missing a whole ton of them. Like I did for a long while in the first game before I realized that certain things were in fact Korok puzzles. But it's still the same kind of incentive out of curiosity to just check summits everywhere and prominent overlooks and see what they actually get you. This, for instance, seems to be some kind of landmark. Or at least something to look at on your way to a landmark. Oh, let's take it out. Probably something else I don't have room for, but you know. Who's complaining? 5 rockets, we'll take it. Gladly take it. Given how heavily we were spending those. Alright, so. We're pretty close to the edge of the map. Fossil's going to be straight on to the right. Straight on east, rather. We'll see if we can find an appropriate entry point for that, otherwise we'll have to drop down below. We don't want to do that yet when we can't ride updrafts back up. However, checking that summit is obviously the natural thing to try. How am I doing for cold resistance? Oh, I'm holding the Talus hammer. No wonder I'm not having any heat issues at all when running around. Oops. Indeed, we know from the Gerudo Desert. That's somewhere around here is the guy who makes you stand around in the weather for 7 or 8 minutes at a time. If we encounter that quest, we'll probably just pop the hammer on and go from there. Also, just realized that apparently my Twitch chat disconnected for a few minutes. Hopefully we didn't miss anything. This is a prominent location. It's obviously worth melting. There we go. Okay, we'll still keep on going. There's a lot that I'm not exploring yet down below, but for the time being, let's just prioritize the skeleton quest. And go point to point over here. And yeah, Luca, no, that's fine. I didn't miss anything. And thanks for letting me know. And hopefully the production is okay today. We haven't had too many sound problems lately. Because I have been trying to mitigate that, but you know, you never quite know when things go wrong. Okay, so we overshot. We overshot. So it's somewhere around this area. I want to check around back. Now we will obviously lose more ice. Okay. For once, we're appreciative of the extra assistance. So I don't remember if it's accessible from the back or the front, but we'll check. There's something in the cave system. Go further south. We'll just kind of loop around here and see if something like a cave entrance presents itself. Not too hard to get back up. It's not like these walls are iced or anything, so would be a good idea to just wrap around here. There's some ice down below, way down below. Yeah, I remember back in Breath of the Wild, I spent quite a bit of time here just on the cliff's edge. At the lowest point that player is able to go, just to see what we can do. It might be that the access point isn't back down there, but maybe we should check the inside position first, just to not lose too much of our footing. This seems like a rather prominent encampment. We're not going to deal with it right now. We're just going to circle around here until we find some kind of cave entrance. Yeah, it's somewhere under this mountain or thereabouts. This looks like a potential cave entrance. Let's take a look. Nope, just rocks. We'll keep on searching. Might be much further down below, so... that doesn't look like anything, but we'll see. Also, we'll keep an eye out for the bunnies. I see the bunny, yeah. Right as I said that, we found it. Also, this is a bit of a thorny problem. If you want to descend, that's okay, we'll just go down this way. Well, that was a bad idea. It's funny because there's a water landing right here, too. And here it is. Yep. Found it. How are we doing for health? Let's probably eat up if we encounter any resistance. Yep, there we go. Previously a shrine location in the first game too, but not this time. What am I doing for weather? I'm fine. Let's grab some luminous. I mean, here there's no risk of the gems scattering everywhere, so we might actually just bomb things instead. Instead of consuming quite so much durability, but... Well, I mean, we'd be consuming bow durability, so... Might as well just use a talus weapon. Given that we have a couple of these available. Not for long, though. And we'll talk to a researcher. This is kind of a bomb location. If we can hit all three with a shot, that'd be great. Nope. Guess not. We should have gone for a shot getting 2 of those, but... That's fine. We've got plenty of mining options. We primarily use the talus weapons. Something for mining anyway, so... And we still got the other one, and... I really don't mind working through the weapon bank a little bit at this point, just given how absolutely overstuffed we are. Good thing we didn't whack the bomb flower by mistake. Anyway, here's a researcher. We probably need to assemble something here. Notice the big ice wall that we almost certainly have to melt.
Oh, wow.
Is it really a different species? I don't know. What are we missing this time? Fin bone. And a spinal fragment. Okay, let's do it. Obviously, the ice wall is going to be one thing. And there's a bone back there, too. If you die, would you restart from the first room in the sword trials? I believe so. I'm pretty sure you do, in fact. I'm trying to remember, because I know there are the cooking points that are kind of halfway through. But I believe it is a survival challenge that is resource management from the first room. I think so. I'm trying to remember if I ever actually lost when I was playing in normal mode. So I might not actually know this for sure. Anyway, this is going to be a bomb location. We'll unlock the bone this way. Using Rishu and arrows is probably the best way to do it. And we'll just carve around it. Oh, we're down to 163 arrows already. We're at 300 the previous stream. Oh, we got more bomb. No, that's just flint. Well, this is still going to be the most resource efficient way to do it, I think. So. Whoa. Got whacked by the bone. And of course you have a couple of these less effective weapons that can be used to mine this further if we really wanted to see if we could trade for gems, but... And then we'll get over there to melt the other piece. So, is this the fin bone? I believe it is. Let's see if we can attach it correctly. Which way does it go? I don't even know. There we go. It'll probably just do it for me. A little bit of paleontological guesswork never did any harm, at least not here. This will just pull out the talus hammer and stand next to it for a while. And enjoy. Yeah, we'll just watch it sweat and shrink. I would say that we would just take a moment to sit here and chill, but that's actually the opposite of what we're doing. So instead, we'll stand here and heat things up. You love Trial of the Sword, yeah? You sometimes still dream of Room 9 in Master Mode. Yeah, because it is the first segment, isn't it? That is likely to be the hardest when it comes to resource constraints. Yeah, so at Bescheidwisser, Luca is seeing the sword trials for the first time in Breath of the Wild currently. That's why we were discussing it. It'll be interesting to see what they patch into this game with future DLC. It's a big enough seller that I'm sure DLC is part of the plan. I mean, you know, Hero's Path isn't here, Master Mode isn't here yet. And I think there's a lot of room for expanding into things like additional vehicle parts especially. That would make that a lot of fun. Whoops. Hang on. Can we get this thing stuck? Let's turn it. Rotate. Try to slip it in. Rotate, please. Are we anywhere close? There we go. Yeah, I finished Trials of the Sword in standard mode. I never played it on master mode, so I don't know what the balancing is like, but Room 9 is the one where you're riding on the rafts, right? Where you're going down to water and you have all the snipers that you have to take out very efficiently. I don't know, because I played this 6 years ago, and the fact that I can make any kind of claim about what it is tells you how good that content was. But yeah, I mean, it's a survival challenge. Of course it's going to be annoying to retry, right? That's the whole point. Is that it is kind of a large-scale resource conservation problem. And that with Master Mode, the big change, of course, would be that you can't just chip things down with bombs all the time from long range. Because when I first played Breath of the Wild, I got to Eventide Island pretty early. And the one thing that does scale with you in Eventide Island, of course, is what you've upgraded so far when it comes to hearts and stamina. At that point, for me, that was very, very little. And so we did have to be clever about it. I fixed it. And yeah, we'll assemble the tiny one in the southwest when we next have an opportunity to go there. Yeah, the thing I like about the Trials of the Sword as well is that it's one of the few things that really kind of pushes you to be efficient about the cooking system. Probably the only content in the game, actually, that pushes you to really try to squeeze every last drop out of your materials. Because, you know, Eventide Isle limits you when it comes to your weapons and clothing, but it's not so limiting when it comes to your replenishment, right? Whereas Trials of the Sword, you know, kind of makes you value every heart and every heart that you can get back. I'm referring to that part of cooking material. I don't know what you thought I was referring to. Okay, anyway, we've been to that fossil before. We know where to find it. My original intention this stream... Oh, also, Great Skeleton doesn't have a checkmark attached to it. I wonder if these do have bubble gems somewhere in the cave. I should in fact check, because the first skeleton was the one over here, wasn't it? Somewhere here. But it was in the open, so there was no cave. But the fact that this is a cave tells me that I should see if I can find a checkmark, which means I should look above the skeleton in case there's anything tucked overhead. I should also perhaps consider continuing to bomb the rocks over to the left in case it opens a passage, since this isn't completely open yet. Reach you, please. And doesn't look like it, but maybe we should clear it just to be sure. Yeah, we can actually just use Claymore to clear it, since we honestly don't care about this weapon, so... But I doubt it at this point, I think. Doesn't really make sense to have a bubble frog lurking in here. I think we'll want to check above the skeleton before we leave. It's a meme to cook a certain ingredient that rewards you with 1/4 of a heart. As the trials are harsh on resources you normally never cook. Yeah, I don't know which material you mean. But I never really followed anything with Breath of the Wild on the community side, simply because I did play it very, very blind. And it was only long after I finished that I started looking at what people were doing with, you know, speed skips with stasis and so forth. So... yeah, let's just grab another mining weapon. It might be a tip for this one. Yeah, okay, then don't spoil it. Certain ingredient that normally rewards you with a 1/4 heart, yeah. That's okay, we'll think about it ourselves. Is this icy water or just normal water? Normal. Good. Icy water does kind of glisten. To make it abundantly clear that you shouldn't be stepping on it. Anyway, we'll check up here, because as a cave with no check mark, we really should be inspecting it. Just in case it's connected somewhere interesting. And if it's not, we'll eventually have to sweep back to this area anyway, I'm sure, so let's just be extra thorough. Don't see anything yet, but... because usually the bubble gems are in some kind of unlockable corner that we can't quite directly perceive. If there is one, I don't know if there is. But just because it is a cave that is unmarked, I think it is worth checking. Let's also see where the ascension point is, though I'm pretty sure this takes you straight outside. Yeah. In that case, let's not come up here just yet. Okay, there might still be something in here. be up in this location. We'll check around here a bit. Sometimes those caves within caves are a little difficult to perceive from afar when it comes to ledges and entrances that are up high especially, so... Oh, that's a bad idea. Bad idea. That's okay, we'll respawn at the quest completion, so that's not an issue. We didn't really pick up anything valuable. Apart from maybe some gems from mining, so we'll just do that again quickly. Yeah, respawns you at the quest completion. And instead of spending the Talus Hammer right away, we'll do a bit of mining with the Claymores, if we can. If they're available, they might not be available anymore. Having despawn, but let's bomb this in case it drops more weapons then. Let's bomb it once. Just to recover a bit of that gem mining, but... we'll see. Again, I don't know if it's every cave that potentially has a checkmark for bubble gems, but so far my impression is yes. Which is why we're messing around with stuff like this. But unfortunately, the weapons that we saw drop earlier appear to be gone. Yeah, we'll check around just in case. But I don't really see anything along the walls. Yeah, this is just for the extra cash, really. Oh, there it is. I'm glad we checked. So yeah, I think that's systematically true of this game then, that everything marked as a cave entrance has a bubble frog that you should be looking for. And let's see if we can actually hit this. Poor thing. Okay, well that sorts that out. Well, we might want to complete a bit of mining here anyway. We don't need to be exhaustive necessarily, but again, the one big unknown for me is what the gem material costs are going to be like for some of the fairy upgrades later on, especially for armor with elemental effects, and so I don't want to sell everything off at the same time. That's just a ripe bloom seed. Okay, no, that's fine. We'll just go. We don't need to hang around here so long. However, if we get back out through Ascension, that takes us back to the mountain that we were at previously. We can kind of come down the left side, but that's new material. Yeah, we could do that. I should actually heal up, though, before we get ourselves in any more trouble. We don't really need the stealth effect, but because I've been hanging on to so much food that we're not really going to use. Especially some of the cold resistance stuff, so we just need a little bit of extra fall damage protection before things get too wild. Yeah, let's just consume it. And then we can be really sneaky around absolutely nothing. We've got so many ways at this point to get every point of stealth that I don't particularly care about spending that. Okay, we're pretty high up. Okay, so where to? Being up here. I mean, we can try to melt that in case there's anything good, but it doesn't really look like something that's a Korok point. Roskleok down here. Again, this side of the map has been a complete blank to me. Originally, my plan was take care of things like ferry upgrades first and then come back up, but to do that most efficiently, we'll need to head down to either a horse or a stable anyway. So maybe it makes sense to continue down this way for now and possibly follow the snowboard route and see what else we hit along the way. So, which way are we facing? Okay. Yeah, there's probably more to see over here that we just haven't dealt with yet. Also, an island that looks very reachable for me. This looks like one of the ones with the platforms that drop down below, though. And again, we're very resource limited right now when it comes to flight, which is why we haven't been getting back up to the sky recently. And also why we haven't been continuing the Wind Temple route. Not yet, anyway. We'll get back for that eventually. But yeah, at this point we probably just want to get back on track. Because I've been saying for the past several days that the thing I want to do is start getting gear upgrades with the ferries and then go down to the depths to get Zonite again, and then we'll be kind of fully stocked for the next part of the adventure. And of course we've been distracted by absolutely everything on the map, which is, of course, the finest way to play. The way to get the most mileage out of this world design, so... And, okay, that's a Korok dandelion. That has suspiciously managed to grow here. We'll grab that. And just slap it with something. And... Secret Hot Spring. Ah, yes, from the previous game. I do remember this too. Does it still function as a hot spring? I believe it does. Very nice. Yep, pretty visible on the map too, so I need to mark it. It's kind of so nice to experience discovering these locations all over again, because I came to this region so early in my Breath of the Wild run and hadn't been back since, even on my Master Mode file, that it's a throwback to a neat little moment of discovery from so long ago. I don't know if this will be anything good, but it does look kind of conspicuous, so we'll check it. I haven't been checking everything, but when it looks like a relatively isolated location that might give me a Korok, we've been trying to melt things down. I don't think that's necessarily what this is. It might just be a treasure chest, but we'll take that. I feel like it's probably an enemy next to me here. We might need a cheap Hydra ability bow like that. Yeah, this is an enemy. I guess we'll kill it. Oh, and he's attacking Octorok for me. Black Boko. That's fine, we can easily deal with these guys. In fact, they're very vulnerable to lightning, I found. The black one specifically. So, let's not use the Talus Hammer, let's go with a Reaper. That's my mid-range weapon. Who's shooting me? That guy. Oops. Fine, we'll just slap you. Anyway, we've kind of been around here. Let's just continue traversing. Seeing what we can get. More ice locations. Those don't look particularly highlighted. If this were Breath of the Wild's approach to Korok design, we would be checking absolutely everything, because that's what that game was like. But here, Tears of the Kingdom seems to be a bit more selective and obvious about the locations. In a good way. Nice thing about Frost Talus here is that they do drop some gems, and also it's pretty easy for they poke. Let's just use this Talus Hammer to smack them. Oops. Getting a bit close here, perhaps. We should have just used lightning to blow these up. Okay, so maybe a slight mistake here tactically. Yeah, the thing about enemies with spears is you really do have to watch their range when they sneak up on you. I mean, usually it's just less a spear issue than a camera issue in some ways. Oh, come on. We should just drop fire on these guys, but I don't know if we'll be able to loot gems from them if so. Let's try it. Or even use my flame emitter weapon. Why didn't we just try that instead? Oh, because he becomes a standard Talus, I see. It's not actually that useful. Yeah, we'll just smack him instead. And it's just flint. That's too bad. We got some nice gems off of another set of these enemies previously. Let's eat up a little bit here. Probably some of this cold resist food once again. We don't really seriously need. Got that whole location down below that looks like it might be worth checking, but we'll have to come back up. Sometimes there's something like a mini boss that's located in corners like this, so we'll try it. We kind of want to descend anyway at some point. In general, my approach is to try to maintain elevation for as long as possible. But of course, ascension makes things a little bit easier to climb back up in this game. And indeed, we see balloon parts here for going up, which is a nice alternative to everything being designed around updrafts in Breath of the Wild. And speaking of updrafts, yeah, here's the updraft. The edge of the map. As this area is the edge of the map. Let's not mess around down there yet then. I mean, we did come all the way here. Maybe we should take a look. We're right along the edge at this point, and I think it's better to leave it for now. We'll be back. But it's probably a little out of the way as a contingency, and Yeah, I remember I spent a lot of time just getting back up from these ledges in the first game. We should actually have stayed on the flame emitter, but that's okay. Well, here instead, there was a balloon part over there that we could have used, but we'll explore. This looks conspicuous, like it's a cave entrance. We should obviously check it. Not only that, but it's a cave entrance that is not very easily visible from the other side of the ridge, so even if you had a cherry tree or something pointing your way here, it would be pretty difficult to rediscover, so we should in fact be making our way through to the Icefall Foothills Cave. That's why we just keep a flame weapon on our back. Specifically this kind of interaction. And yeah, we'll need to break ice in both directions, but we'll do that. It's not difficult. We even have a flame emitter and a tree branch that we're not using for anything good. And using fire fruit rather than fire chews. We'll check upwards first because that's where the bubble gem is. And then we'll go down to see if maybe there's some Misco gear or something. And yeah, we'll just drop something here. Oh. One more punch. And is that a nice safe drop down below? It looks like it. Oh, nice safe drop down below, like I was saying. I would have wanted to put on the goblin hat for this one even. Because this is a bit of a tight space. Just forgot to heal. That's okay. We'll come back. The bubble gem probably would have auto-saved me just now, so we'll come back. I should have put on the goblin hat at the very end there just to practice a bit of crowd control. Yeah. Okay, so let's just head back down. Whoops. Yeah. And we got plenty of cold resistance here, so no harm done with that. We probably do want to heal it completely just in case as one-shot protection, since it seems like we will require it, so cold weather attack food, in fact, would be excellent here. But I don't know if we want to spend it. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Oh, also, yeah, no, we lost too much of the cold resistance. Let's switch one piece back on. And let's get some weapons ready. And let's take it over this way. Flame emitter club might not be a bad idea here. Well, you want damage, though. Okay. Shock fruit. Okay, there we go. So we don't have to deal with the ranged weapons so much. No, and we've totally aggroed this guy now. Which means we should switch back. Yeah, I didn't get much use out of the set change here, I suppose, but... Oh yeah, it's low armor on the attack buff here, no wonder. Oh. Let's try to shock him out of this. Since he's holding metal. Now we get in and reap. Oh, so. Now, do we have a stone that we can use for mining here? Let's look around. Not really, so I guess we'll just break things open. So, yeah, let's just get back to the Talus Hammer. Trade durability for salt. I hear the sound of a shrine. It looks like it's probably through here. Let's just climb up here and hang around with the Igneo. Yeah, it is a shrine. And I wonder if it just automatically rewards you. Or if it is something playable. I think this is the kind of shrine that's likely to just reward you for getting here, but we'll see if that's the case. And we'll send through here. Yeah, this one's pretty well hidden. Which is why I'm glad we made our way over here. It's the kind that you probably don't want to have to dig out in a big endgame sweep when you're looking for the last ones on the map. But this will be a trial, excellent. Traps. Well, hopefully we're the ones that sent the traps. That's a trap. Yeah, basically you pile some things over there and then you bump them out or something. But we'll have to figure out what we're holding. Bow with 10 arrows, okay. Let's see, because obviously we're supposed to whack that. And a couple of other columns here. This is not climbable, right? Because it's a shrine, yeah. And that can be dropped as a fire trap if there's somebody on top. Right now. Oh, he's totally gone. Okay, never mind. We missed. Alright, that was a waste. Yeah, basically if we can crush somebody with this, that would be ideal, but failing that, send through it. We'll see what we can do with this elevation gain when it comes to scouting. Not much, in fact. Does look like we have some additional... I mean, we could also fuse into this, just use it as a massive block. It's obviously better as a crushing weapon, though. Okay, who sees me and who's fighting that guy? We'll take some arrows. Whoops. Okay, I see a boulder over there. That's going to be a fuse weapon. Sure. Whoa. Whoa, walk away, walk away. No. I was too busy being in mid-swing. Got a slow weapon here. So. No, walk away, no. Again, such an incredibly slow weapon. This is why I don't like using two-handers. Probably gonna fail this time just because of stuff like that. What's the other weapon here? Construct horn. Zonate longsword. We'll obviously put it with the horn. drop it. Okay, good. Much better. Okay, we get in and slap. Better. Not exactly playing this with traps, but we'll worry about that kind of efficiency later. 6 arrows, though. We're running out of trap options. Oh, this guy looks a little spiky. Yeah, it's not arrow efficient to play like this necessarily. Oh, no. Totally underestimated range. That's okay. We had issues that time with the two-hander being slow, so we'll try it again and also not waste traps quite as much as we were doing. I wonder if we can bait them. What the equivalent of giving enemies food would be. Like if you bait them with zonite charges or something. That might be a possibility. But we'll see. We should get the boulder weapon anyway because we do need the damage, but we will attempt that. They played us a lot more efficiently. The candle might have been better actually, just to set everything on fire. That will. Okay. Yeah. Give me a swing and a miss. We're going to play that way. There we go. Better. Okay, still on these two-handers though. Let's see what we can do up above here. In case it's anything decent. More boulders. Oh, I see, because you can do a boulder trap here if you lower the whole platform. Scout up above for a moment. Nothing too accessible from here. Let's go back down then. The candle might be interesting because the candle could perhaps help you burn some ropes, but anyway, we know that boulders are available there if we want them. I don't think we'll necessarily use them yet, but we'll see who's going to come here and play. Come on and play. Don't, way too late. Way too late. Okay. Back. Oh. Okay, we have a shield, not that we've been using shields. Oh. Oh, we're spending arrows, only one left. We should be a little wary of that. He's trying to smack me with his head, that's concerning, but yeah, let's just whack him with something. Now this has a shield, which is great because we could potentially flurry rush or something. That's not how to flurry rush. Whoa, wow, he hits hard. Yeah, we've seriously underused shield combat in this game, and that has led to some consequences. Now, Zonite Spear, we will drop a part to merge into that as well. A little bit hanging out with a candle to burn shields and such would have been better. Yeah, we don't have too many enemies left, thankfully. This piece might be worth throwing or something. Unfortunately, we don't have a... Yeah, actually spears with barrels should work well. Because you can basically throw a bomb. But we'll see what we can do here. Really get the barrel from here. Just get in here and try to gain some elevation. Just have the one remaining arrow, so we'll just break that immediately and go for spike throw. Getting way too close here. Rusty halberd is not going to have much durability anyway, so let's latch it onto the explosive. And try to get a nice accurate throw out of this for the last guy. Whoa. Okay, much better. That was cutting it way too close. Way too close. Anything we want to merge into here? Probably not. I mean, I guess you can take the tree branch and, you know, make an explosive out of it or something in case we want that at some point. Very dangerous thing to be holding. Basically just a single-use projectile. Construct bow 33, we should in fact use that perhaps. Robo has been pretty heavily used lately, so... I don't know. This one's not quite pristine anyway. Let's just trade it out. Down to 145 arrows now. We haven't replenished in some time, so... I don't think we've even stopped at a stable today to buy anything. In fact. Anyway, let's continue. Okay. So we're through here. We could try to ascend back out, since we've effectively seen the cave, but let's maybe do a tiny bit more looting first. There we go. Always run into so many camera issues with that, but we are out. And we're back. Helmet of cold resistance, just barely good enough. I feel like we'll need 2 pieces of gear elsewhere here, but we'll be fine for the time being, and I continue to ascend up this side. Facing west yet. That shouldn't be a problem here, so we'll take this, and this is conspicuous enough a location that we should check it. Can't always tell, of course, but we have something else that looks like a spring up there that might be useful. By the time we find Hestu in this game, we'll probably be able to open up many inventory slots at once. I mean, in Breath of the Wild, when you first find him, of course, there's a limit to how many upgrades you can get off of him before he disappears into the Lost Woods, which here we have not yet unlocked. But a couple of springs. We might even consider putting on a spring shield, just to propel ourselves upwards, but that's okay. And another ledge over there that maybe we should check, since we're laying down below anyway. We'll cross over and see what else there is to find. That looks rather prominent. That looks like a Korok puzzle, in fact. Korok block. Korok around the clock. We'll go there in just a moment. We just do a quick visual inspection of this side. We're not being extremely thorough by any means, but just enough that we don't miss anything too obvious. This is just the ascension point, but I'll check under here anyway, just in case there's something we couldn't quite see. Nope. Anyway, let's plug this in. Let me take a look at the symmetry here. We want one piece sticking out this way, one piece sticking out that way. Probably like this. Nope. Orientation. Are there any checkpoints in this trial? It's in 3 separate segments, I believe. Like, there are 3 separate trials that are each their own level. Basically, like 3 different difficulty levels that are each their own single segment thing. They're individually not that long, to be honest. I don't remember them being that long. You probably don't want me to spoil the exact length, but they're not like the 50 level one or 30 level one in Wind Waker, or whatever it was in Twilight Princess that was similar. Yeah, they're individually not that lengthy. It's just that if you're playing in Master Mode, certain roadblocks will present themselves. Hang on. We need that to point up. We need one to point right. Let's just rotate this properly. I usually don't have too much trouble with these, but this is an interesting configuration to visualize. I think, yeah, because we need it. Make an L shape. I see it. No, I see it. Like this. Okay, there we go. No, not like that. Because it needs to slot in way. Let's scan this around just to see the orientation is. Yeah, okay, no, it needs to sit flush in the middle. Which means that the one L shape facing outwards is going to be like this. Yeah, that's it. Let me see it. So, yeah, Luca, each difficulty level of the trial, or each segment of the trial, is its own block of X number of levels, and then you do exit out between those and get a chance to start the next difficulty level, or level set, I should say. Not so much difficulty level, because as Bashad Visser was saying earlier, the first block might actually be the hardest, especially on Master Mode, so... So it's not all one single trial, it's actually 3 separate segments. Anyway, we should actually check the top level at some point instead of just hugging the edge, but since we're down here anyway, sure, why not? I believe in the last game there was a Stalnox that was somewhere along here. Maybe not on this specific ledge, but fairly close by. This game will have different enemy arrangements, naturally, but might still be a notable location for all I know. That blow lonely. 7 seas that run high. You love the sound effect attached to that. Oh, there's a shrine. Let's go for it. Yet another shrine that would be difficult to spot from afar, which is why it does make sense for us to explore here while we can, simply because these are the kind that we will not be able to scope over the horizon line very well. You know what? Let's trade a bomb barrel for the ice rod. I mean, fire destroys this guy instantly, but maybe the bomb barrel should count as fire, so... Yeah, we're gonna miss. Alright. That's fine, let's just toss some fruit on him. Don't exactly need the ice weapon here. But we'll do the shrine first and explore this afterwards. Actually, no, Korok point over there. Let's hit that while we see it, so we don't forget. And then we'll head up for the shrine. Any user, you're back? Nothing like a snack and some great video game content? Yeah. Glad we could provide one of those. As far as snacks go, I think the best we can do is just suggestions, but... Oops. What? Okay, let's continue. That also looks prominent. Yeah, we know where the shrine is, so why don't we just check this first, and then... This might not be anything. Given these corners that are tucked away, as it's usually just going to be an enemy or a treasure chest. Enemy and a treasure chest, in fact. Chest on the left. You can, in fact, see it if you look closely. Not always, but here. We'll check the treasure. Once their Korok locations tend to be isolated, in places that look like Grok locations. So, we will check that accordingly. And let's head on in. Forward or backward? Let's see if we get a choice. I mean, this is obviously just recall to open up the passage, but I guess it would run into some additional balls along the way, so we'll just follow things up and fairly simple. We could even attach a weapon to that if we really wanted, but this looks like it's supposed to... Oh, give me a treasure chest if I recall it. And can I grab this? Yes, we can. There we go. And nope, don't need it. I mean, that lionel blow we're holding is probably going to break after one shot, but... Oh, there's quite a lot more. Yeah, this is out of the way enough that it isn't afraid to get a little more complex. Now, here's the thing, though. If you recall, in this position... Oh, I see. So you can bounce back. But then you would be able to, perhaps, drop this and use the first ball. Push. Okay, excellent. Let's continue. And probably something similar here, unless of course we just decide to... yeah, we can recall and just drop this thing, probably. Let's wait. Nice thing about recall is that it does freeze everything momentarily. Hole in one. No hidden chests if we go up there, I don't think. Not that I can see. Okay, but wait, there's more. You know what? We're going to take the ball out of the previous one. If it lets me, I think I'm going to shut the door. No, it doesn't. Okay. Just in case we want an extra tool available. For some reason. Looks like we could basically use recall like stasis here. Just freeze the object. That's likely what we'll do. We'll freeze the object, we'll let the other platform move out of the way. We'll just let it drop. From there, maybe. Let's, So do we move the platform, or do we move this? I think we move this and just freeze it for a moment. Let's think about this. Actually, no. We let the platform move back this way first, then we recall the ball. And then we let go. Do I also get into puzzle games like The Witness? I've had The Witness recommended to me many times. I have not gotten around to it. Obviously, I play a ton of puzzle content in Mario Maker. The last really puzzle-centric game that I spent a lot of time on was actually Baba Is You, which I did kind of adore. We streamed a bit of the free expansion content for Baba Is You last year, but I didn't stick with it on stream for very long. Because that also patched in a bit of a maker mode that we did viewer levels on for a time, but I'm actually still not at the absolute 100% in Baba Is You because I refuse to take hints, but we were very close. I had a few roadblocks right near the end, I think. And it's a game that does just keep getting bigger and bigger around itself in very interesting ways. But yeah, this is probably my favorite really puzzle-centric game in the last few years. Along with Mario Maker, of course, where we do so many user creations in that category. Including some that are, you know, like cryptic escape rooms that were the reason that people recommended games like Witness. I've been meaning to get to Outer Wilds at some point, but with the Switch release still MIA and with performance about it unknown, I would probably want to stream it on PC eventually, and that would require me to probably have a new build. This looks like a Korok sign, not an Addison sign, but we'll check that. Yeah, we spent some time streaming Return to Monkey Island last year as well, when it came out. Because I did grow up on a lot of point-and-click puzzles. We want to trade eyeball for eyeball, an eye for an eye. That might be helpful here, but... Oh, that wasn't even a sign to begin with, that was just an outpost. Okay, this guy wants to drop a bomb on me, probably, at some point. Oops. Joke's on you. We'll just drop some fire on this guy. Whoops. Or, let's not lose all our elevation here. We'll toast him. And probably ascend from below. Oh, someone wants to zap me here. Yeah, I love what the Ascend power has done to your movement options in these fortress assaults. They've really opened things up. In the last game, of course, you had a couple of interesting locations like this where you needed to the lower to draw a bridge and do other things, but generally you want to start high and go low. Did a Sea of Thieves Monkey Island crossover land on my radar? I don't really know much about Sea of Thieves. I know that the Monkey Island crossover exists because I heard about it. I watched a little bit of the Ubisoft show before I got on stream today, mostly to see Prince of Persia. And I didn't stay long enough to see the new Star Wars content that they had, but I'll probably go back and catch up on that. But of course they have that 2D Prince of Persia coming. And I know in that show... Oh, no, Sea of Thieves isn't theirs. I was thinking of Skull and Bones, like their pirate thing. No, Sea of Thieves is Xbox, right? Xbox and Rare. Yeah, I know they were doing some kind of Monkey Island content for it, but... I know very little about Sea of Thieves otherwise, which is why I confused it with Skull and Bones. So, can't really comment on that too much. But yeah, I was quite fond of Return to Monkey Island. And I replayed off-stream much of the series before that, for the first time in a very long time. Okay, so we've got shrines done in these locations now. We've been covering a lot of this region today. Still with no map. We've been up to that summit. Let's just go down and continue this way and see what we can cover. We haven't really been looking at this side of the ridge so much because we've been mostly playing on the visually secluded edge of the map instead. But we'll see what else we can get done. Right, because we should continue past the shrine along this route we were taking earlier. Does that look like a cave to you? No, that's just a little nook and cranny. Yeah, I haven't really been following much in the typical formerly E3 game announcement cycle this year. I did watch the new little bits of alpha footage from Stormgate yesterday. Stormgate being the StarCraft successor game, which is of very high interest. But other than that, I mean, usually even during what has traditionally been E3 season, I tend to just follow the Nintendo Direct. But this year, of course, I've just been so busy playing Zelda, I don't really have an appetite for even more game content. Lionel fight. I feel very under-equipped for it, but can't tell what color it is. Is this silver or blue? He's going to try to zap me with some frost arrows or something, I bet. We can try to take him, but we've had a lot of trouble previously, except for one that I basically camped. We have pretty heavy weapons at this point, it's just that these guys have such a massive health pool. We'd want to use the heaviest thing we've got. I should mark it as a boss location anyway, because I feel like we're likely to die. And the fact that we're likely to die makes me wonder where my most recent autosave location is. Yeah, because he could very well just one-shot me here, so we'll maybe try to fill in some hearts. Do we have like a 2-heart meal somewhere here? Oh, we didn't. We don't want to use electric resistance just yet, but might also want to put up some defense or some attack food. Let's go for attack. Well, if we want to commit to this fight, let's see what my weapon bank is. It's okay. Actually, it makes sense at this point to use the Lionel bow. Except, of course, it's likely to break in the middle of a parachute. So we'll parachute down. Not parachute down, jump down. I'm still thinking in Breath of the Wild terms here. We'll try to pelt him a little bit, just knock him down. And then we'll try to spin the existing Lionel bow on him. Knock him down some more. Let's get Riju up and running. We have no fairies, so being one shot is a legitimate concern. Which is why we should try to maintain full health at all times. And do we want some additional damage out of this? Probably. We're totally not hitting him in a critical point either. There we go. And then let's go to Lionel bow and then some eyeballs to hit the critical point as well. And then once again, let's try to shock him out. Okay, take him down by half. This is not too bad, although we probably want to hit the critical point to knock him down once again. Okay, now we're in trouble. That's okay. Once again. I think hit him right in the horns, I think. Okay, Royal Bow broke. Let's switch Construct Bow. Going for this ledge is helpful. We can toast him some more, probably. Not really hitting the critical point here, though. Spending way too many arrows, but we don't want to get in close, so that's why. Hit him in the horns. In the face. There we go, in the face. Yeah, blue maned is not too bad. Wow, he's gonna hit me hard. And the attack buff is helpful, so let's see what we can eat here. Your game crashed. That's unusual and unfortunate. Make sure you don't have issues with your game card, I suppose. But let's get one of these 4 heart foods and then another one for attack up. Because basically we don't want any issues here. Okay, we'll just spin 100 arrows on this guy. And it's okay because we'll loot the bow, right? He's all the way over there. There we go. Got him. Very nice. You got tons of arrows back from him, in fact. Yeah, well, full stamina and friendly ledge Lionel combat is turn-based combat. Where the Lionel doesn't get a turn yet, you can see why I like that playstyle. Knight's Halberd... I actually don't think we necessarily want that. I think we'll actually be fine without. Yeah, we got back up to 108 arrows, which is nice. We spent so much on this guy. But we got him, which is the important thing. That's only the second one I've killed on this file. Because in general, we've been avoiding them just because they hit so hard. Like, I just can't get hit by them. At least we have a big enough health pool at this point that it didn't just completely take me down to a quarter heart. And of course the mighty attack food helped mightily. And yeah, that's very unfortunate, Luca, if you did lose a ton of progress to some kind of crash bug. Hadn't heard about that before. Very unusual for a first party game of this age. Whoops. Let's not die to fall damage after all that trouble. Because it doesn't just autosave after killing a Lionel, so... that ice block down there looks very much like it should be a Korok. I guess we're still on the edge of the map at this point, right? Or... we're heading down towards it. Yeah, this looks like a very promising flight point to go up there, in fact. But again, we don't really have the resources right now, so... let's maybe go down to slope to Gentle Way just to explore this properly. Blood Moon Rising, let's get out of here before the Lionel comes back. Although we could fight another one. It's just that we're pretty low on resources right now. Yeah, we could just camp another one the same way. It's just going to spend my whole bank of arrows to do it. Considering we went through 2 bows there, at least. Maybe even 3. This looks like Frostalis. We haven't actually fought a Frostalis yet, and we can tag it on that Traveler's Sword, perhaps, that we currently have on Sapphire, even if it does waste Sapphire. It would make sense, of course, to use the Igneo weapon to kill the Frostalis, but I don't want to spend it on that. We've gotten too much use out of that otherwise. So yeah, this is not a Korok block, it is a Frostalis. We will fight it. Let's also mark the location because these are probably rare enough to come by that if we ever want to farm them, we'll want to come back. Let's actually wait for Blood Moon first because we don't want Blood Moon to just interrupt the fight. Rotulin having to walk everywhere. He's not walking, he's flying. He's got an easy time of it. And he abandons me when I cross the border of the zone, so... yeah. I think this little fellow loves coming along for the adventure anyway. He gives me a couple of ice arrows as backup.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land.
Okay, so... you know what would make a lot of sense on this fight? Is flame weapons and flame emitters and fire in general. Although we won't be using that, I think, for clubbing the guy up top. Let's see. Because if we just kind of defrost, then maybe we can get into the climbing phase quickly. Let's just smack him. The double flame emitter idea. This is definitely Frostalis, come on. Oh, come on, Frostalis. Work with me here. Yeah. And then... sure, let's go bomb flower on this. He's going to try to do his frost. Hang on. Let's not waste a bomb just yet. Oops. We actually should use the eyeballs in this. And also just used a shield too for once. And Tulin trying to do some arrow shots himself. Okay. Yeah, the explosion range on that is a little too good, but luckily it doesn't do any damage if you don't hit directly. Wow. We might need run speed on this guy. Let's just pelt him with fire, whatever. Let's melt him down a bit. Try to get the climb. And then we'll club him with the other hammer. I guess it makes sense. Not much damage, but it does have the hammer effect. It is now badly damaged. Let's try to stay aboard here. Wow. That was a direct hit. Okay. Let's try it again. Let's hopefully have a save that is past the Lionel kill, because I don't know if that's actually the case. I thought this guy would be a pushover, but then the thing is, even if he dodged the ice, he totally gets you within explosion range, and so... This was after the Lionel. Yeah. Yeah, so... Let's get up to him and put up the shield, and then see what we can do from here. Also, let's actually heal up. Oh. We need more cold resistance. In fact, let's do the cold resistance food for 2 additional points. Once. Spray him down a bit. Nope. Okay. Let's not crouch into this. Then... yeah, let's just go to Reaper Weapon this time and... actually, whoops. Get hit by the freeze. Okay. Frost resistance is not frost immunity, let's remember that. And then, yikes. We'll try it again. I need to not spend so long on his back. And probably just try to do it by bomb arrows or something. And lightning using Riju. Probably. We will put up the cold resistance, but of course cold resistance is not rock resistance, and that was making a difference there. And yeah, shielding out of that might not actually be too helpful, so... we'll see. Actually, yeah, no, let's stay on this so we can thaw him and mostly fight at range if we can. Activate, and then... okay, spray down. There we go. And then, let's just... bombs or something. No, totally missed that opportunity. We can get up on a ledge and then get some arrow shots down. That's probably much better. Fine, we'll play this way. No, more of a jump would be nice. Okay, there we go. Bomb doesn't actually do that much damage from here, so... that's how it's done, yeah. Riju with lightning might be good, though. So let's... because the lightning strike does have a... oh, blood moon.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon
Seems like skipping the
shines upon
cutscene
the
makes it
land,
crash.
the
Guess you have to sit through the
endless
cutscene.
race of slain
Didn't know that. I don't know if that's a recurring issue that others have encountered. Very strange that Nintendo would not have fixed that. Okay, this threw me off a little bit, my positioning here on this fight. Hey, look at that. A companion character being useful for once. Okay, we do need to get out of here. Using the tree to block actually is not a bad idea. Okay, let's maybe have a bow though. Nope, come on. Let's do it with the eyeballs. too fussy otherwise. Okay. Nope. And okay. Again, one-shot protection is probably necessary here, so let's make sure we're healed up. And just try to pelt him. Take him down one shot with the eyeball, and then we try to do a few more. And then drop some fire. Okay. Okay. Nope. There we go. Let's try to do the ledge again. Okay, he's down. Oh, come on. Let's go eyeball. No, we'll just try to stun lock. Come on. Nope. Hang on. Okay, now we're going to need... Whoa. Let's eat some heart food here. Don't want to deal with it. Don't want to deal with it. Let's go eyeball. Take him down. There we go. I got some sapphire to replace the one that we're going to peel off the Traveler's Sword, probably. Unless we have a better base weapon to be using with this. A Mighty Zonite Sword here, Stone Axe over here. Yeah, this is still a pristine weapon. It's just not a very good base, I guess. Yeah, it makes sense to be using some of this double durability stuff, I suppose, but particularly for a valuable weapon. We're not going to get the double damage from the Ingrudo weapon this time, of course, but I think maybe I should put it on one of the Mighty Zonite. Like this one is still relatively pristine. Except it's not going to get the power bonus from not being a Zonite weapon, so maybe that's not too worthwhile. Let's just put on a Traveler's Sword, maybe. No, I don't. I like that. It seems like we've used both of these quite a bit. We actually haven't used a Stone Axe that much. Let's do this one. We'll get durability on it. It's a 37 with an ice effect. It's not bad. Take it. Yeah. Yeah, we got a Frost Hammer now for much, much later in the game if we're going through Death Mountain or something. Anyway, let's continue. Don't know if there's anything else to check in this area. Let's do a quick sweep. Yeah, this is pretty obviously the edge of the map, so let's just continue. And also probably take off the flame shield for a moment. We really Worked for a bow supply all of a sudden. Just went the last few fights and down to 83 arrows. Yeah, but that's okay. That's what happens when you have a lengthy adventure segment like this one. Also, we see another skeleton over there that's potentially interesting. No, not you guys. That's not what we meant. Don't particularly feel like dealing with them right now, so... Have some more ice here, though. And what is this? This is way too far for me to reach from here, so we'll go around. And ascend through here to a location that's going to get us pretty close to whatever this was. Why did I mark that? Oh, it's probably a cave location that I scouted. Yeah, and this looks like it's going to get me closer to here. The ambition originally was to maybe hit one of the geoglyphs, but if we can wrap our way back down to a stable, that would be good too. I mean, there will be more stables on this end too, so... But we shall see. Yeah, we'll take you. With our totally unnecessary 40 damage bow. I am going somewhere, and I'm going to be crossing the border enough that he's going to be blinking in and out and interrupting my every movement. Once again. Yeah, I'm really going. And I'll be back soon. Okay, so let's get up here on top of this promontory, and this looks very suspicious. It is a Korok marker. Telling me that it's going to be somewhere in here if you triangulate, so... In fact, if you triangulate this position, it's going to be somewhere right below where I am right now. Maybe. Or perhaps even under a rock. Like an ascension point or a tunnel or something. Let's choose an element before somebody kills him. There's no grass here, so we'll go fire. So we had 3 markers. And they should have got me somewhere here. Might have overshot something. Maybe this is bombable? I don't know. Might be. Let's try it. Usually you triangulate it somewhere in the middle, right? So... we'll determine that shortly. It could very well be an ascension point from down below, but I think those markers are usually not used in conjunction with these ones. And this does not look like a bombing rock, anyway. So... to the extent there is something here, it should be right about here. Might be on the upper level. Again, it might be buried in the rock. We need to look for that. probably by going around in some fashion. It looks like a battle talus to me. So we'll take it, but hopefully figure out this Korok while we're at it. Yeah, we don't want to climb around the outside just yet. Maybe we burn this. In fact, I suspect that is the case. You don't burn that, okay? Then it's definitely something to do with this. Seriously? Okay, I guess not. Water, maybe? Let's try it. No. No reason to believe that. It's some kind of interaction right here. Let's mark it in case we don't figure it out. Because I haven't seen this specifically before. I don't think. Might be something you ascend through. Not water, not fire. We'll have to think about that, because that is clearly something, and if we find a nearby cave system, that'll resolve it. Perhaps. Maybe you need to land with your feet on top of it or something. Stamp on that little element here, but it's clearly this patch. We just don't know what to do with it. That's okay, we'll leave it for now, and it'll be a mystery. Until we see more of those elsewhere in the world. Eventually we'll figure that out and lock a whole bunch at once. Anyway, battle talus. Pretty obviously. Let's get ready to fire upon these guys here. And then ascend through. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's smoke this with mining weapon. Then we can take the shield down as well. And then over here, set this on fire probably. Then go back up. We broke that weapon. Let's pick something else. Wow, okay, down. Barely even saw the life bar. Yeah, very odd, never heard about that crash. Neither had I. Alright, do we have anything we can actually loot around here to use with the talus weapon? Let's see, we ought to have picked up something from the goblins that were stationed there, but possibly we'll get a weapon from the treasure chest, so, and we'll at the very least get some of these cheap boko bows that are worth nothing. Would allow me to press switches. Activate devices. Okay, so hopefully we actually do get a melee weapon here this time, so I can attach the talus mark to it. That's okay, Sapphire will do just as well. You know, the one time in the game we actually want to loot a melee weapon, we get nothing of this sort. Would we rather have a sapphire sword or a talus sword? We actually do want a hammer weapon at some point. You know what, let's take out a flame emitter. Not much of a damage gain, but at least we'll have a mining weapon ready at various times. Let's see why I marked that star. I don't even know. Might have been something I observed on the horizon. Yeah, we'll turn to Korok at some point. This looks interesting. And suspicious. This has got to be something, right? Obviously, when we see a suspicious-looking tree, we'll just chop it down. Okay, it's just a tree. It's just a tree. Oh, it's not even that suspicious. There are more of them. Dragonbone Mire. This is something new. Cherry tree up top, too, so we'll have an observation point. Yeah, I almost certainly marked this because of the cherry tree. It allows me to mark caves. And here's a Korok over here. We'll grab that. Climb after it in the rain, which I'm sure will be all kinds of joy. Actually, not that bad. This looks like an install the eyeball moment. Oh no, that's a balloon, that's not an eyeball. Okay. Totally looks like a dragon eyeball. And balloon allows you to ascend through here. If you wanted the chest, we can also just take a look and see what it is. Maybe. In case it's anything interesting. Oh yeah, I guess we can't really climb at the moment. That's way out of range. Oh, balloon platform. We can also just sit on this platform and then ascend out of it. Hold. And drop. Recall. And ascend. Very fancy. Triple rocket, we will gladly take that. Now let me make sure I can take some fall damage if necessary. Let's scout here, we see some wolves. Ascension point. That's an entry back into Winter Wonderland. Here we can just slide. There might be a cave down below, we'll check it. Oh, totally missed. That's okay. Yeah. I don't remember what this area was all about in the previous game. I do remember that it existed, I just don't remember what was here other than Koroks. But again, some things in Breath of the Wild I haven't seen in 6 years, right? So we're working on vague memories of the landscape, which are still pretty informative when it comes to finding our way around this world. We will go up to the cherry tree because then we can mark caverns. And then... oh yeah, of course. The reason we haven't gone up there yet is because of the climbing problem. We probably should have used the balloon for that. Or we'll just go around and see if there's a better place to climb. Like in a snow zone. Okay, here we are. We'll see how accurately we tag this thing, and we'll try things out accordingly. Okay, so we were dead on. Let's place the offering here, and then we'll see what we can mark. This is actually the best vantage point to see any caves we might be missing on the back end. And so, oh, there's a shrine over there as well. Oh no, that's the Rito village. We've been there, and we know that shrine is not doable yet, so that is accounted for. Okay, let's make this thing light up. A little more accurate than that. We'll see which caves have yet to be uncovered by the Lord of the Mountain. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of mapping here. That's a lot of caves. A lot of caves. So we'll just tag everything and see what we have already explored and remove those. And do we see anything in the back here that is lit up? Yes, we do. A couple of different locations, in fact. We should mark that properly. Seems like it's kind of around back. Unfortunately, that ridge is not going to be an accurate marker. Yeah, we can't really see back there, so can't gauge distance on that. However, we're going to have a lot of markers over here. Let's check them to see. Yeah, we've seen these 3 caves already, so we don't need those lights. We might need some additional ones up here, like... Nope, that's one we've seen. What about this one? This one we've seen. So those are accounted for. What was the additional one in this area? This one? Hard to tell because, yeah, I guess that was at the trailhead, and a couple of those were the quest caves that we may or may not have explored. This over here. We have not been here, so let's mark it. Although maybe it's past that and over to Ridge. But regardless, we haven't explored anything there, so that will be a useful one. There's something very close by over here. Difficult to spot. While the lights are on, we should actually head up to that vantage point by the Skull Fort maybe and get a better look. We must have been to that one already. That's... yeah, we've been to all those. And basically, we have one that's kind of back here in that general direction. I think it's probably one of the ones we've seen already. Given that it's right by the Lionel, like if it's back there, for instance. Maybe it was. Maybe we did miss something here. Like much further back. Very hard to gauge distance. We'll just give an approximate search location. That's something that might still be of interest because we didn't see it in that direction. That is true. This one is very close by. We can get a slightly different vantage point. It's a little ways over. Maybe we can tag it properly. It's actually just right along this wall here, so probably not even that far. We'll take that apple back, thank you. Yeah, so we've got a couple of caves back here. We've got something back here that we just seemingly barely missed. So we'll check this one first. And if the lights are still up, we'll fix some of the tags accordingly. Not exactly sure how long the lights stay up before they expire, but up for long enough perhaps to get up to the first point.
Oh.
Yeah, sure, let's investigate. That is right by the enemy encampment, and that's okay. We'll take it if necessary. Get a much better vantage point at this one now. Or maybe, that looks like it might have been obstructed. Let's... Oh, maybe that is just a cave that we've seen previously then. That's a tag. Yeah, because I want to come in over here and then just send these guys out. It's mainly the silver one that we'd be slightly concerned about here. We can just bomb them. And then take out the remaining one after that. Let's get up here. A lot of roasted food we hadn't seen yet. Blow them down, and then there we go. Whoa. Oh, okay. Well, I really should have healed up. Let's see how far back we've been kicked. I keep underestimating the incoming damage. Given that we've been fighting so many silvers all this time. Hopefully we don't need to re-tag too much of the map. Nope, we're right here, so. Once again, we'll just bomb everybody. And then climb up this way probably. And pelts once again. I want to take him off the cliff though. Let's heal up. So we don't get one shot in quite the same way. Sure, let's use the last of cold food, why not? Okay, not that way. Well, and we lost him anyway, okay. Alright. Fine. The whole point was to loot the silver, but that's okay, we can go down. Come back up. And probably remember to heal up in the meantime. We'll eat up some of this inventory glut. We have to go down anyway to explore this cavern that is lit up. We will take it if I can. Spiked iron ball hammer, yeah. It'll be a nice mining weapon too. Yeah, we can drop in here, we'll be right beside the cave. That is located right here, so we'll check it. Or was that the... Did I just tag a tree? No, the tree was over there. We're fine. This was the tree. Yeah, that's correct. We'll fix some of the other markers while we're here, perhaps. There's my loot. This silver is still here somewhere, it should be. This also looks like a rock or something on top of this tree. That might be a Korok. We'll just heat up a tiny bit more. Not enough to really be fall damage protection, but yeah, haha. We'd better eat up some more. If there is a sensible meal to do. Yeah, maybe some of these that just don't give me any meaningful stamina anyway. We will now go around for the cave. If we can. Wasn't it right here? Thought it was. Yeah, glowing location right here. How do we not see the entrance? Discovery. Most like the Tory Cave. Well, I certainly don't see it. Oh, here it is. Okay. And we'll make sure we don't miss any promising bubble gem locations. Shrine, excellent. Let's mine this. The WoW operating system shrine. Also, because the shrine is here, that means we missed a bubble gem. But it might be up top on top of this ledge. In fact, I suspect it is. No, hang on. Missed. Let's go up. Still missing the bubble gem. Let's make sure we comb through this place carefully. Might be up here. A little hard to see sometimes where the openings are going to be when you're looking at this from down below, so before we go up, let's scan a bit more carefully, including the floor. Because there should always be one. Yep, there we go. As expected, let's get the Boko bow, maybe? Oh, okay, it's not dead yet. Luca, you got a floor 7. I don't think you're at the save point yet. You will know when you are. Like, basically, you will know when you've completed the segment. It's pretty obvious when it happens. And you will not question it. Yeah, hopefully good luck with that not crashing further. Doing it for the first time in Master Mode is going to be quite the experience for you, I think. Because, you know, even knowing what's coming in it, I think Master Mode would be a bit of a concern. I don't believe the cooking room is a checkpoint. No. The completion point for this segment will be obvious. You will know where it is, but it is a bit of a marathon run to get there. Yeah, the cooking pot room is a way for you to settle yourself resource-wise. Any user is a trial, not an easy walk in a park. Then why did they call the DLC the Champions Walk in a Park? I mean, technically all of Breath of the Wild is a walk in a park, just a very big park. Tears of the Kingdom, of course, is where you take all your toy photography drones to the local park and make a nuisance for everybody else. Okay, this is going to be some kind of launch. Given this thing here, I'm actually a little concerned that this might be glider dependent. But I guess it depends on what this switching mechanism ultimately does, because if this is not on board... This looks like a launcher, right? It looks very much like a launcher. No, it can't be, because it's directly below the object reloader. Although I wonder what this is officially called, like this bowl here. If we attempted to fuse with it, we would see. It's just a bowl, okay. I think we just use the bowl to maybe scoop this up and deliver it. Also, there's a plank here that becomes available, yeah. So we have a finite number of objects here that we're going to use. Upon Pen, I've made a lot of progress since you last watched. Yeah, we've been grinding this out pretty hard with all the available time I can get, which is why we have the rare daytime stream today. In this very unusual opportunity to sneak in a few extra hours. And any user, even Zelda, reminds Link that Breath of the Wild is a walk in a park. Exactly. Zelda knows best. Okay, so we'll eventually have to unlock this thing here to probably scoop... Oh, no, I know what it is. It's a catapult. You're supposed to build a catapult, I think. Yeah, absolutely. It's a catapult. And so we're going to affix this. Well, no, we don't fix the ball because the ball has to be launched. We place the ball inside the bowl and we fix the ball. And sure, let's just put it here. And all of these items reload when we lose them, so... What we do is we just drop this in, and then the next thing we do is we change the catapult's angle using the additional device that we have. Let's move this in slightly. Slightly inwards, if we can. Or maybe angle it. And we'll try it again. No, this is going to roll, so... Actually, we probably just dropped with excessive force. Maybe the setup was fine, we just needed to change the drop itself. Or, if it feels like it's overshooting, we use recall to freeze the ball and drop it manually. Let's move over here. In fact, we probably can just recall it anyway, if it overshoots. Just send it back over until it has a good landing location. Yes, there we go. And Luca, I assume that in the Trials of the Sword room you're just cooking every last available ingredient. Anyway, now we use this range extension to launch next object a little higher. I bet that after we open the gate we also have to launch ourselves. Which probably means I should heal. A bit low. It's okay. We know how to fix that. How do we completely miss that? Old Wolf coming in with a party of 22. Thank you so much for the big raid. Old Wolf also playing Zelda, but in this case, Breath of the Wild. Raid and run because of spoilers? Yeah, exactly. I would do the same thing in your place. Alright, let's move this in slightly. Again, I think we just use excessive force, or maybe not enough force. Yeah, here at this angle, it's not going to go. Loop Hazard, welcome as well. Hope Maker and whatever else has been treating you well. It's very unusual for me to stream at this time, so I definitely welcome the company. Right on target. Well, roughly. Within reason. I think we use the same launch point here, then we can probably make it up. I don't know what my weight is relative to the ball, but we're about to find out. And we had better heal up out of this. Actually, height-wise, fall damage should not be too bad. Too bad you can't cook the cooking pot, yeah. Who cooks the cooking pot? Let's use one of these again. You know what? Just for some extra weight on this, let's do this. Just to make sure we can launch ourselves all the way over at the correct angle. Let's give this a pounding. Hey, not bad. That was an excellent landing, in fact. Guess we didn't need the food after all. Was there a chest here that I could have obtained? There should have been. Oh, it's over there. We missed it. Yeah, that would have required me to ascend. Probably. Or perhaps glide back, which we're not able to do, so. That's too bad. We usually don't miss the optional chest, but let's think about this in case I want to redo this and reach it to see what's inside. I might not be able to, though, given the tools we have. Because I think the idea behind that is that you would launch and then parachute out partway as you're in midair and kind of pull back, which again we can't do, so. Now for those joining me, I've been playing this game without the paraglider. Not completely intentionally, but I'm playing without fast travel and we missed the glider early and I just never went back for it. And it slowly became something that we became very conscious of and started working around. So far we've completed about 80 shrines, and we have had to skip 4. And we'll eventually go back for those when I want to pick up the paraglider much later in the game. And you accidentally missed the glider when you started and you didn't know there was one. Yeah, that's the thing, is that there were so many things that were kind of revised from Breath of the Wild to bring back some mechanics that fall out of relevance early, such as the lack of infinite bombs in this game, that I thought it actually felt completely sensible for there to be no glider until I started running into some things that actually did require it. So yeah, Super Freaks, hope you enjoyed that while it lasted, and whatever else you've accomplished here so far. But yeah, we just decided to roll with it. There are a few things, like I said, that we know we can't do with it, but we've also discovered a ton of really interesting alternate solutions along the way, and we're starting to cover every territory. As you can see, also because I missed Lookout Landing, I just never got the mapping device, which is why we have a completely blank map that I've just dotted with my own indications. Which I think is a view of this map that not many players will have a chance to see. I mean, we know where to get it at this point. We could just go to Lookout Landing, but we just haven't. So. But I've been playing in pro mode anyway, and just trying to follow landmarks, and really enjoy the contiguity of this world in a way it just dumps you into new adventures unexpectedly, so. And I knew the original map in Breath of the Wild pretty well. I probably wouldn't do it this way if the map didn't at least give you terrain. It's doable because the map gives you terrain, and so I have a context for what a lot of the general locations in the first game are, as well as what I am or am not able to traverse, like physically. I wouldn't do it without a map if it were like Breath of the Wild, where it's totally blank until you hit the towers, but I don't really agree with how you have to go to a specific quest point to get mapping. Because I feel like there are a few quest-specific choke points in this game that are a bit more tightly enforced than in Breath of the Wild, but that's literally my only complaint so far. I think otherwise we've been having a wonderful time. Okay, this we missed. That will be a cave. Let's see what else we haven't seen. Might be part of a cave system with multiple entrances as well, so let's... Yeah. Probably 2 connective points over here. I remember this area, actually. In the first game, yeah, here's the boat dock. In the first game, there's a shrine that's kind of underneath here that you can traverse to by way of using a Korok raft if you want to go up and down to water. And we'll see if we missed anything else. We hit those 2 points. Yeah, we actually didn't cover a lot of this territory because I went down this side instead, so... And then by the time you get over here, I think that's getting into territory I have explored. Maybe. How much of the underground have I checked out? Let me show you. On the map. Wait, on the map. This much. And this, one of the labyrinths as well. I'm so short on Zonite right now that I do want to go back to the depths relatively soon, but I was hoping to get some gear upgrades from the Great Fairies before I did that, and we just haven't gotten around to it, so we'll do that. And yeah, we're doing it without glider. We've actually hit a fair bit of the sky as well. It does mean that I've spent pretty much all my Zonite building flying machines, which is why we're totally broke. And I did have a very close call when it comes to playing with no fast travel. Where basically there was one point where I absolutely needed 3 pieces of Zonite to build something to get myself out of trouble. And I had 5 pieces remaining, so it was an extremely close shave. And we very nearly had to compromise on the no warps condition. But that's the closest shave we've had yet, and that's why I'm kind of eager to go back to the depths too. And do some more mining at some point. So let's, yeah, we're right by this. Let's go over here and see about the cave system that's down here. And then explore it a bit further. I know we just received a raid. I will not actually be able to stay that much longer today. Like I said, this is a bit of an unusual bonus time for me that we only managed to fit in today. But thank you anyway for everybody who came out of Old Wolf, and I hope you've been enjoying Breath of the Wild over there. So let's head over and see what we can do at that location. Yeah, a surprising number of things in this game are open to alternative solutions if you don't have glider, mostly using things like recall. And mostly also building vehicles, which we might have to do in just a moment here to have an easy way across this chasm. Probably rocket plus wing, I think, will just get me across if we want to skip over. But we'll look at this side first to see if we want to cross it that way. I think we kind of do, in order to hit those points. Yeah, because we've kind of been to this area before. It's just a bunch of trailhead. The water is fairly low, so yeah, let's actually build. Let's see what we can do. I picked up a lot of rockets, so I don't mind spending them. Rocket plus wing. And we'll just build it up. Yeah, so as you can see, I have 2 pieces of Zonite remaining. So we're pretty broke. And... Whoop. And we'll head down this way. So let's just use a cheap bow for a moment. Let's sail on over. We'll be pretty accurate about this, actually. Unless we don't take fall damage from slipping off. And here's the cave. Alright, so, where are we? Here's the Springs Cave, okay. More truffles, which is also quite nice to have. And we'll keep our eyes peeled for the local bubble frog. If we can find it. We came in this way. Nothing so far. And we'll just keep on going. Yeah, it looked like it was probably 2 connected entrances. We'll obviously do this. If I can get Reggie over here, please. Reggie, please. Where are you? Come on. Where are you? Need everybody to get in position for me here, please. Let's just drag them over. And we'll slash this eventually. Or we could just bomb this the easy way, but, you know. I prefer to actually... Okay, there we go. Getting a little low on ammunition here. This should probably be the double frog route. Oh, maybe not. Well, we've got a bit of a maze here. Potentially. Also, oh, this is a secret. But honestly, not much of one. Unless this leads somewhere. Let's see. Wow, very nice. What is this location? Yeah, this has got to be where the frog is, right? It's a little too prominent to be just plain. Let's look around. I mean, it's very lovely, but we also don't see what it's for just yet. This little location here. Truffles are nice, though. Big truffles are even better. But apart from that, I don't see what we get in this cavern. It might be an interesting ascension point. We'll check it, but I'm going to back out of it. Unless we know very precisely where we're going to wind up. If it's back outside, we'll obviously go back down. There is a Korok location out here, though. We should be aware of that. And when we exit, we can exit out here. And to see that, perhaps. Yeah, so there is a Korok location somewhere around here. Let's just tag it anyway. So we don't forget. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to complain about looting truffles somewhere pretty, but I do wonder if we missed something. Very interesting little secret location, though. But also exactly the kind of location where I might have thought we would have a bubble frog waiting. So this is where we came down. And we have 2 routes available. Yeah, we'll be in and out of here a bit more. Let's try to drag Riju down here. And there we go, bubble frog. Let's actually get a real bow on this. Because, you know, it doesn't take much damage, but it does... Hang on. Require you to hit it at least a little bit, so... Don't know exactly what it is, maybe around 10 or 20 HP or something on those. If you give it a nice big headshot. Then we'll work our way around. It looks like it just loops around though, right? Yeah, it's just a loop. Okay, so nothing going on here. We'll get back out. We will try to ascend through that other room, of course, but not before we've seen what is on the other side of this cavern. If this was indeed the way. I mean, didn't we come in this way and then we saw this on this side? I thought it was an additional branch that we didn't take. Oh yes, right over here. This we can just set on fire, slash... Let's just set it on fire. Whoops, maybe not so close. Yeah, slashing weapon works on these too, but we're cheap. And this is just a mining spot, which is fine. So I guess this doesn't connect to another cave exit, at least not that we've seen yet, but... Let's see. Yeah, not very good. Let's see where this takes us, in case it's good and interesting. Not really. The other exit gives me a clearer vantage point of where the Korok puzzle is, so we'll take that one instead. Okay, there we go. And we'll just pop out this side. Yeah, not every cave system needs to be equally formally rewarding. It's kind of nice occasionally to just find a place like this, which is just really aesthetically interesting. It's something that you can discover. It's much of the charm of Breath of the Wild originally too, is that you could just run into things that aren't particularly functional, but which feel like genuine discoveries. Now let's figure out where we ascended previously. Get off that slope. And we'll slide down this way. And so we can probably take off one of these tags. And yeah, it will be a different cave going this side. And sure, let's use the Ultra Hand. Accuracy needs work. I said the accuracy needs... Oh, okay. No, you're missing a second piece. Here we are. There we go. 1 Korok for the price of 2. Anyway, we're down here. There is, of course, a glider point that we can't use. But we know how to get in there. There's also the boat dock that is down here that previously led somewhere interesting, and so we should check that first. In case there is a bombable location like the one we see right here. Might just be an updraft, but this was a shrine location in the previous game, so we never know. Where's Riju? Not here. Also, cheap little Bokobo should take care of this guy, so we'll snipe him. Is icy water? It might be. No, it's not. Anything else to look at here? Not really. Hopefully not just an updraft and something interesting instead. It's just an updraft. Alright. Not entirely unexpected. At least we are allowed to swim here. And we knew from the cave markers that there's no entrance on this end. So, luckily we are able to swim, and need to swim over, we'll do that. In fact, it might make sense to climb first and then drop below. As we know, we can drop to the water. We can also put on the swimming clothes, but I don't know exactly how big a swim this will be in terms of stamina consumption, so best not take chances. We'll just go around instead. And we'll roast this guy. So yeah, it's quite a bit further up, which is why it was a good decision to come up first. A very prominent ice block over there, that's very likely a Korok, I would say. We'll just continue heading down to the dock, because that seems like the most promising location, given what we had mapped. Whoa. Bit of a tumble there. Oh, I totally lost track of that Korok location already. No, it's over there. Let's just mark it just in case we lose track. Let's go around to what should be a cavern entrance. Depending on how accurately we tagged it. Now you can assemble a raft here, which is important. Got lots to look at. Just go around in case the entry point is further over again. I may have kind of tagged that inaccurately in the first place, so. And for all I know, we need a raft to enter the cave, so we should actually go for the raft first. And then, using... Nope, not this. Cheap bow. Help this guy. I don't have a guster weapon right now, but we do have... Oh, treasure chest. Yeah, let's not move this just yet. Let's see. Not getting in range. Okay, no, let's put this on. We don't quite know where the wind will take us by itself just yet, but we don't want to have to deal with it later. It pushes in this way anyway, which is fine. This means that we can use recall accordingly. Put this over here. Pull it back. Recall it and grab the chest. Hang on. Not quite far enough here. well, we can use the gust. Whoops. We don't just... Come on. Don't slip.
Strong wind.
We've seen stronger. But actually using him as my propulsion. It's pretty interesting. I can stop flying around, that is. And we should be right on top of the chest. Go. Don't know if it's something I have room for, but I'll try it. It's not a cavern. But there should be a cavern along here. So we will look for it. I hope. Unless it's that. No, it might be that. Because again, the tag was probably inaccurate. If you'd like to come over and give me some wind. Or we could just do this a slow way. But yeah, this was probably aimed at this location anyway. And we just hit the ledge, so I think this is going to be correct. If, once again, we could have some wind. Nope, he's just going to hang out all the way over there. Fine, you know what? Let's... just swim it. Yeah. Oh, now he's over. Okay. That's fine. Let's get back on the snow boots and... Oh. Okay, Horriblin, let's... kill it somewhat quickly. An actual bow this time. Then... smack it away a little bit. What are we using next? Probably... spike ball. How am I doing for health? I'm okay. I might get one shot. I'm not careful, so... let's heal up just in case. Probably with one of these. If there's anything particularly expendable, well, we'll check that. And... yeah, high defense. Yeah, we would want to be fairly careful about that, so... What? No, we don't. We could probably even just drown it. And indeed, the ice plus gust method would have been perfectly usable there. Anyway, here's a cave. Specifically, here's a cave with an updraft that we're not going to be using, so we'll just have to be aware of that, and we've got plenty of options for traversing back here, although it goes quite a ways up. Funnels its way up, so we should actually try to climb first and go high before we go low. Because that looks like it will in fact be the way to proceed, so let's see it. And then after that, we can head back down. That looks like a location that might be of interest. No, just more bomb flowers, but that's okay. We'll take it. I don't know if this will go any higher. I don't think so from what I'm seeing beyond this ledge. So we'll just descend somewhat carefully. Alright, now there was a lower point that we could have entered. I think it's that one. We'll just climb around to that location. I don't think that's where we came through initially. Yeah, because we went up there already for the gem. We'll just kind of check this one layer at a time before we drop through. Thank you so much for the follow. So yeah, Super Freaks, since you're coming from Albo's stream, normally we do run Mario Maker here, although that hasn't been true for the past month because it's been sold out practically every day, which is an unusually heavy schedule for this channel. We typically don't do that. But that's what you can expect, and I hope you enjoy what you see, so... Yeah, we know all both via Maker, actually. Okay, this is a bomb location. We'll drop down here in just a moment. And blow this up. There we go, it's a Misco treasure, excellent. I'll probably just ascend out of here if we feel like we've seen everything. Which I think we have, although maybe there's something down below. Note the bottom of the updraft is just the updraft, so I think just the initial entrance. We'll scan down there, and then if we come up here for the exit, that's fine too. But I think between the bubble gem and the treasure, we probably have seen everything. And we actually have the full frostbite set now. All 3 pieces. For cold weather attack, but I think we'd have to upgrade it to have any additional set bonus. So, and it's also really quite fragile. So right now we'll just stay on cold resistance. I guess if you're in cold weather gear, or rather if you're in the full cold attack set, you would need some additional food for the cold resistance at the same time. But that would be interesting to strategize in the longer term. And at least for now we have a bit of an adaptable set when it comes to cold weather possibilities. And so we will continue and just do one final check here to see if there's anything in the bottom layer. And then we'll be out of here fairly soon. Yeah, so this is just the entry point, I believe. Then that means there was the additional entrance over there that we should check. Yeah, so there is a little bit more here. Don't know if it will be interesting, but it goes down quite a ways, in fact. For some additional treasure. Do we have room for this? Yeah, we'll take it over the long stick because we could use wind from time to time. Particularly a lightweight wind weapon. Rather than those heavy two-handers we get off the Yiga clan. So yeah, we'll go back to the Visco point and ascend through there because I feel like it could potentially be an interesting place to exit. I will not be staying on too much longer. We'll probably get to a natural stopping place and probably call it a stream from there. But like I said, I have been doing this fairly regularly, and our normal time is a late night vlog for people in NA, and which is early morning for those in the EU. So we may very well be back in a couple of hours after we end today anyway for an additional and probably shorter than usual segment. But I've been pushing on this pretty hard because for various reasons I'm expecting to take a bit of a streaming break in July, and I do want to finish what I can in Tears of the Kingdom before that. So yeah, that is the... Oh, Luca, you're on the raft room of the challenge, aren't you? Yeah, so that's the one that apparently everybody worries about in Master Mode, and given what I remember of it in normal mode, I can see why. Given what I remember of it from 6 years ago. Okay, so what do we got here? Let's see. We finished that cave. We have another one that was marked somewhere in this area. We have a number that were marked in this area, in fact. And yeah, that's because that's fairly close to the quest path, as far as I recall. Frost Gleok again. Did we mark this one already? Yeah, we previously killed the one over here. We didn't fight this one yet, I don't think. But I don't really want to take it right this moment because we need fairies or more long-range bows to deal with it without the glider, and we don't really have the supplies at the moment, so let's just try to go around it into the northern side of the ledge. Look at those bokoblins all the way on the other side, though. Standing watch. We're totally gonna pull this guy. Bad idea. Couple of planks over here for construction. Oh, whoops. Looks like we are actually potentially right by another entrance, unless of course we just tagged wrong thing. This looks like a Korok station right here, though. Something similar. It's not an offering stone. What is it? I guess there's no bowl for it, so... It looks pretty suspicious, though, doesn't it? We should keep it in mind, because maybe there is something we are supposed to do here. Maybe shield it. Like, we'll put a roof over it, because we have a couple of the wooden planks up above. Let's do it that way. I think that's what it is. We're supposed to build it a shelter. Luca, you're saying it doesn't seem too hard as long as you're patient with the right approach because the raft is too dangerous. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Anyway, we have 2 planks here. We're going to shelter that down below, which means we should probably drop this gently so it doesn't smash up all over the place. Let's find some way to lower this without breaking everything. It does potentially break. Okay, no, that's fine. I bet that's what it is, though. We take this and we just block out the snow. If we can. Maybe this orientation doesn't quite work here. Hang on. I don't know if it needs to be completely covered, perhaps. But we would need many more planks to do that. We can also just use this thing. I feel like this is a build a shelter challenge. That's how I'm reading it. I expect to be correct. Then will anything work? Or must you use the plank? Yep, you can just block it. And it's completely covered. Okay, that works. We had another cave somewhere in this region. Not being able to find yet. Again, my tagging might have been wildly inaccurate from a great distance. So, no idea whether it's down low or up high, but that ledge seems to be in the appropriate location, so I'll try that first. And what do we have here? Ascension point. Looks like we're pretty close to whatever it was marked as an entrance, so don't see some kind of rabbit down low. We should check the upper location first. We're pretty close, in fact, to this platform over here. It looks very reachable. If you have a hoverstone or something, so you just set directly beneath it. Anyway, for stamina's sake, we'll just climb this a slow way until we get a sense of what's going on. And maybe we have a cave entrance, maybe we don't, but we can at least check what that platform is, given how close it is. And hopefully that turns out to be interesting. Well, not the right place to slip. Thought I could just let go there and stand, but we definitely misread the climbing angle. Yeah, this looks so close to where I am. I mean, I might just be totally misreading it. Yeah, maybe it's not that close. You'd still need a vehicle. Because I was definitely considering using hoverstones or something to do it, but... actually, we have a recall on this. Let's take a look at the angle here, because... maybe the recall is fine. We'll consider that. We might also plummet and take tons of fall damage, so... let's scan this area first in case there's a cave entrance or something, since we did mark the area. Ah, Korok puzzle again. This is good, because we can use this as a save point. Plug in on one side or the other. Let's do this. Not quite. Where is it? On the other end, perhaps, where you kind of insert part way. Or rotate in? No. Okay. Let's think about it, because, yeah, you do need to insert something here with the L shape. This, no. 3 pieces up top. Yeah, actually, it's gonna be just in this location here, if we... Almost. This way. Great. Yeah, so this has definitely been a Caves and Korok's day. I'm just going to loop around here a little bit more before we make any kind of attempt on this platform that seems so close by. Again, we don't really have a good way of approaching it depending on the recall path. We should perhaps check the recall path in advance. Maybe have something like a hoverstone ready. But then we'll check that and probably finish up around that point. The thing is, even if we get up into the air, we don't have a good way of getting back down. So, at least not at the moment, because we don't really have a body of water in this area. We can always build a glider up top, of course. Build a wing, rocket wing to get off of there, but feels like we should definitely heal up first, just in case of fall damage issues. That we're likely to have fall damage issues. Or we could just test it since we just saved. Luca, there's more? Well, you'll see how much more. You know what? Let's just recall this just to see where it goes. If it fails miserably, then we are going to know very quickly. Whoa. We knew very quickly. Actually, it does get pretty far, but the thing is, horizontally speaking, it's way out of position, so without the glider, it's not really what we want. No. I think it's a location we'll have to check another time. Well, it's a fairly small landing platform. Yeah, it's just that we would probably almost certainly want a vehicle to get there. It's a little too finicky to ride this thing. Does mean we have an unresolved question of whatever it was I tagged a star here, but which seemed to be somewhere along this side, but again, that might have been wildly inaccurate. Let's descend and take a look in case there is an encampment that we missed. Dew jelly over there, yeah. Go down this way. Whoa, oh, that was a miserable way to go. Okay, never mind that. If you look at the bottom right corner, it shows you 2 dungeons that have been completed so far. Kind of like how the previous game showed you the Divine Beasts on that loading screen as well. Where are we? Yes, after having completed the Korok. Let's see. We're on very little health. All damage would likely kill me in much the same way. Ice over here. Just check down below. That looks like it might be something. Let's go down. I mean, we have the whole Misco set at this point. For this set of attack-related gear, so... Yeah, there's a bomb. No, that's not a bomb. That's an ascension location. Well, we'll head down anyway and try not to take too much of a spill while doing it. And it goes down quite a ways, in fact, so... Not having a good sense of where the elevation was on the spot we marked. Oh, that looks like a cave. That looks like it might be it. Yes. Excellent. So yeah, this cave will likely be the last thing we do on this stream. But like I said, if all goes well, we might be back in a couple of hours. Possibly later than the usual time. Just to account for some other conflicts. But we will be back in some form. I hope. Pretty lengthy cave system over here. I guess it's a passageway that will lead us to the other side of the mountain. There's a bomb location at the back. And you just cleared that floor, Luca? Yeah. So, Luca, I believe you are actually at the checkpoint for the first segment now, which means potentially the hardest part is over. Oh, we should have used a cheap bow for this. Okay, that's fine. So much flint. Very few gems. And you have an upper and a lower location. We'll check upper first, since it looks like the less obvious spot. Depending on which way you enter, perhaps there's an entrance on the opposite side. Nope, it looks like this might be something. Again, I forgot to switch bows. Okay. Using this 40 damage bow to break some rocks with lightning. Not the best idea. So is this an open passage or is it a bubble gem? It is an open passage. Alright, so we'll go back down to the ice passage below. So we've now found the opposite entrance into the cave. So let's go back down. You wonder if you can die falling off the staircase. Yeah, no, that's not a good time to try that. Test it on your next run. That's what I suggest. Okay, excellent. Oh, whoops, we're on cheap bow, so forgot. I still need to whack this. This 4 damage apparently isn't quite enough. The walls in this room are like the panorama of the Hyrule landscape. I actually don't remember that. I should look at that again. Because it's been so long since I played it. I should look at a screenshot of that. Remember. Looks like. Anyway, we're going to go out the opposite end of this cave. And let me see what I'm going to look at when we get out of there, because we're probably going to end stream right around that point, unless something really urgent and imminent presents itself, which it might and it might not. Elevator going up with this guy. And we're here on the snow shelf. Yeah, there's another stamp location over here. This might have just been this entrance. We just overshot the light slightly. In fact, I suspect that was the case, given that we tagged 2 lights and this is right in the neighborhood. Let's just find an ample vantage point, so we can see where we are and get a lay of the land, and kind of confirm that there isn't anything additional here besides the cave entrance that we just exited. Yeah, because we would have tagged the light demarcating that entrance as well, I think. Just marks it as one cave though, even though we went in both ways. So, who knows? So yeah, it's probably something I'm safe to untag on the map. Given that we've been around a snow shelf already, so... I mean, it could also be something further in, like over in this location, which we should probably check. Because that wasn't just a spring right now, that was a spring. Yeah, we'll probably go over here and check this location next. Let's take advantage of our visibility here to see what we're dealing with. I kinda want to check it now, against my better judgment. I think it's just some kind of water pool down below. Let's see. Yeah, straight north. And occasionally we see huts like this that... or fragments, rather, that may or may not be enterable. That's getting pretty close to another prominent location up there in the sky along what should be the main quest path for Wind Temple. So we'll see what that water feature below looks like. It might be... I don't think it was another secret spring or anything, but it's some kind of pool. Probably a safe landing location for diving from above as well, so... we'll just see if we can get a peek at what that looks like. And pop some balloons while we're at it. Getting pretty low on ammunition once again. Where's the last one? Behind me, perhaps? Here we go. Oh, shrine right here. We will not do it yet, but I am going to approach it, and we'll stop there. And we will lead the next stream with that shrine, whatever it is. Yeah, it is the other secret hot spring, that's right. I sort of remember that now. Might even want to take a dip in it first, depending on our health. Yeah, we do, in fact. Alright, let's dip in it first. And let's do the shrine. Or rather, park in front of the shrine and then... This is where we will begin. So, at this point, we are going to just bid farewell to the stream for now. I'd even just end on this shot, in fact, since it's rather prominent. Like I said, this is a very rare bonus stream at this time. It's not going to be a regular thing, even though it's the third time we've done it for this game so far. We'll be back to the regular slot in just a few hours, I hope, depending on a couple of different factors, and if not, then definitely tomorrow. So, see you around. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you once again to everybody who came in with the All-Wolf raid earlier on. We are going to pass you folks on to somebody else and pay it forward, as far as the audience goes. And we'll determine who that is in just a moment. In the meantime, let's just kind of take a bath here and bid you farewell. Thanks so much for watching. And until we continue, in what is hopefully a very short time, good luck with everything that you are playing yourself. Have fun with anything you may be watching. And, as usual, fare thee well.